this thing on?
Yes, sir.
Viva Mexico, Pedron.
Well, Ode, over here.
Oh, what's up, man?
How you
what's
doing,
up?
man?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. I'm not about to fight inside the Las Vegas Sphere. So I guess what are the emotions of this fight week? Because I think when they announced this lineup, we expected a lot of names on this main card. Maybe a lot of people didn't expect to see your name on the main card in the Sphere. So I guess what are the emotions now that we're only a couple days away?
You know, everyone's been asking me that. What are the emotions? And I'm just like, there really isn't none. Honestly, this is my 10th fight in the octagon. I fought on some amazing cards. You know, Madison Square Garden, Usman Covington. I fought on Cowboy Cerrone versus McGregor. You know, I fought in Houston. I fought on some great cards. UFC has blessed me with some great opportunities. So I'm pretty used to this personally. So in that way, there's no emotions there. But it almost feels like a high school experience where you get invited to the cool party and you're kind of the nerd and you show up and people are like, what's he doing here? You know?
Well, I was kind of ask this later on, but you mentioned that you're kind of UFC vet at this point. You've been on these big cards, but this is uncharted territory this year. So like you've fought in arenas before. So I guess how does this fight week feel different from like that Conor card, that MSG card? Because like not even us, like they're gonna play movies before your fights. Yeah,
I won't really be focusing on that. The only sad part is I won't really get a chance to experience it. You know what I mean? I'm not really one of those fighters that kind of, you know, take in the moment. I'm just focused on my opponent. You know, but with that being said, I'm super. This card is. I can't even put into words, man. Like, where else can you do something like this? We're having a fight inside of a sphere with a bunch of TV screens, almost like some Avatar stuff. I don't even know how this can be compared. I'm just the word I've been saying all week. The word I've been using is gratitude. You know, I'm just grateful to be a part of this. To be honest with you, I'm grateful that I'm able to, you know, have this opportunity. You know, as a boy walking the streets of Kingston, Jamaica, to fighting in Las Vegas at the Sphere, I never would have thought this was a possibility of mine. You know, I remember, like I said, just roaming the streets barefoot with no shoes at one point in my life. So just being here now is spectacular.
We'll kind of go off of that. I think you posted something on Instagram not too long ago. It was like the price of like that looks amazing versus the price of what amazing actually is. What exactly did you mean by that?
So, you know, back in high school, I used to watch UFC, and I used to think, man, that looks incredible. Like, I want to do that. That looks amazing. You know, but no one really prepares you in life for what amazing actually looks like. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell you that, yeah, amazing means sometimes you're going to be waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning and hitting after it when you don't want to. Amazing means, you know, you're going to be dieting on days you don't want to. Amazing means you're going to be putting in, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours a day training, you know, when you don't want to. Eric Thomas always said, everybody wants to be a lion, right? Everyone has pictures of lions on their profile picture, but no one wants to wake up at 4 in the morning to hunt, you know? So for me, no one truly understands what amazing is until you have done all the minor things to lead up to those moments. And I've busted my butt off in this sport to get to where I am today, you know? So I belong here. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
Then looking at your opponent on Saturday, Lazy Boy, a little bit of hype around him. He made his debut like 2-3 years after you, but he has more fights, so he's just been incredibly active on the regional scene. Were you aware of him, and since then have you watched tape? What do you make of his skill set?
No, to be honest, I didn't even know who he was. I sparred him actually at Extreme about 3 weeks before we got announced to fight, and you know. As a professional, I messaged him and I was like, "Hey, man, I got a call that, you know, they want me to fight you, and I'm sure you got the same call as well." I was like, "What do you think? You know, do you want to take it? You know, whatever you decide, I respect." And he's like, "I think it'd be a great opportunity for the both of us." And I was like, let's do it. Thank you. You know, I got nothing but love and respect for Lazy Boy, to be honest, man. He's a cool dude. I like him, actually. You know, I think I've actually traded messages with him to come train with me before we got announced to fight. So, like I said, I got nothing but love and respect. But don't get me wrong, I am the Jamaican sensation, and you don't know Ortega. Anytime you see me in the octagon, you already know, man. I'm one of the best strikers in the flyweight division. You know, look at my resume. My resume speaks for itself. All the guys that I fought speaks for itself. Asul Mabayev, you know, Charles Johnson, Manil Cobb, CJ Vergara. You know what I'm saying? I got everybody that I fought has been no short of a badass. So this is a good test for him. I haven't really seen a fighter that he fought that I was like, oh, he beat this guy. He's pretty good. In fact, he lost to a guy that I knocked out in, 29 seconds. So I'm like, I'm not really impressed with anything that he does, because I know Ode Osbourne, am a striking machine. So come on.
Did you take anything away from that sparring session you had with him?
Nah, it's sparring at the end of the day, and you know, with gym etiquette goes, you know, I don't want to talk about our sparring session private. That's between him and myself.
Just last one. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
Oh man, I don't even know that. You know, that's one of those fights that honestly can go either way. If Merab takes Sean down over and over and over and over again, then it's gonna be a long night for Sugar. But that means Sugar has 5 rounds to try to knock him out, and he's super accurate, you know. So I have not been in Merab's camps, but I'm sure he's preparing for those exchanges. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. That fight can go either way. I think it's just whoever shows up the best that night, because Merab always shows up and Sean always shows up, man. One thing with Sean O'Malley, that boy shows up. He comes to show out every time.
Ode, right here.
Where am I at? Where are you at?
Straight up. About 1 o'clock.
Oh, I see you. Okay. Oh, the 1 o'clock.
Ode, obviously a lot of the celebration around, you know, Latin America, Mexican Independence Day. Do you feel like when you get out there in the cage that you're going to feel like you're in enemy territory, you're in the opponent's home country kind of feel?
I won't feel it. I am going to be in enemy territory. It's crazy. I'm about to be in enemy territory fighting in my own house. Ain't that some ish? That's like you going home and some random people cooking in your stove. Like, yo, what y'all doing in my stove? So yeah, I'm gonna be in enemy territory for real. Like, but you know, I welcome it. You know, I'm gonna be repping my Jamaican flag, and you know, big up to my Jamaican people. Them, you done know it, I go already. Yeah.
You've also become rather prolific with your podcast and your clips that have been going out there. I'm wondering, how have you improved as a fighter, or just with your understanding of the fight game, having these more in-depth conversations publicly on your show?
Well, I think as a fighter, man, you know, it's the average fighter fights probably 2 or 3 times in the UFC, and then they get released, and then they have nothing to show for it. You know what I'm saying? So I want to use what I'm good at. I'm really gifted on the mic. Like, you give me a mic, and you know, I'll that's just who I am. I'm a personable person. I love to talk, and so I try to use what I'm good at, and I try to just, I don't know, be myself, I guess. But when it comes to everything that comes with being a fighter, I think I've it's interesting because I feel like I've grown up in the UFC, meaning a lot of fighters has had, 5 or 10 fights outside the UFC. I didn't have a lot of amateur fights, turned pro, got signed really early, and so I'm learning a lot about myself. I'm actually a slow grower, learner, mature, as my mom says. So yeah, I now am the complete package that I want to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ode, over here.
Where are we at?
To your right.
I see you.
We know a lot of guys and girls have shouted out trying to get on this card. Unfortunately, not everyone could get on it. You did. And in your case, you're one of those guys that we see at these athlete appearances, meet and greets, always interacting with the fans. Like you said, you're a personable person. Do you think your good relationship with the company in terms of that helped you get that spot on the card today or this weekend?
It's possible, you know, because I'm a martial artist in the octagon and outside the octagon. And the UFC, you know, you have to represent the company well, you know, and I don't fake it. That's who I am. You know, I work with Las Vegas Metro Police, and we go and do a lot of community outreach programs with the kids. I speak at the schools probably here in Vegas 2 times a week, not because, you know, I want to have cameras on me. In fact, I don't even bring cameras. I do this by myself. No one even records it. I go in there and I run my own program. So yeah, maybe that has to do with it, but also I'm personable. I'm an exciting fighter. I think more so I'm an exciting fighter, so that makes the UFC go, you know what? Let's put Ode Osbourne on this card because the fans love an Ode Osbourne fight. Come on, I'm no shy of being boring, you know.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. And I know you mentioned your take on your emotions going into the spectacle, but we see all these people from all over the world just get hyped for the Sphere alone, given how the importance is garnered all over the world. Do you think you being here in Las Vegas, I'm sure you drove by it a couple of times on a daily basis, do you think that makes you even more excited than those people?
I don't know if Las Vegas has anything to do with it, honestly. I'm a very spiritual person, so for me, it's all God and nothing else, you know what I mean? I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So for me personally, man, it's just growth, you know what I'm saying? I think every walk is different. Every time you walk out into the cage, sometimes you walk out into the cage and you're going through, you know, trials and tribulations in your life. Other times, everything is going good. And so every walk is different. I think now my walk now is I'm calm and stoic. And I don't need to really be excited, you know what I'm saying? Or play excited. I know what I'm going to bring to the table already, you know? So it's just one of those things, man. I know who I am.
Thank you.
That's it. All right.
Estamos ahí.
This man right here, other side. Right. Obviously, massive fight card on Saturday. I'm curious, do you feel like you're going to be fighting in enemy territory given, you know, this is Noche UFC? Obviously, you can speak Spanish and everything, but this is kind of a celebration of Mexican independence. I'm curious how you're treating this fight week.
Bueno, obviamente un card impresionante este sábado, pero me gustaría saber si pensás que estás entrando en territorio enemigo, por más que hables español, sos de Latinoamérica, pero es una noche que estás celebrando ahí la idea de independencia mexicana. ¿Cómo sentís con eso?
Buen día primero. No me siento en territorio enemigo, al contrario, estoy disfrutando de esta semana. Me gusta, como lo dije en varias conferencias, me gusta pelear de visitante, es algo que me motiva y que saca el demonio que llevo dentro, por así decirlo. Así que no, me siento contento y me siento muy alegre de formar parte de este tipo de eventos.
Good morning, first of all, and no, I don't think I feel like enemy territory. To be honest, I'm enjoying the whole experience, and I actually like to fight outside my comfort zone. I like to fight coming in and fighting as a guest, so I'm just taking it in the moment.
Will there be any Argentinian people in attendance on Saturday?
¿Va a haber argentinos viendo la pelea en la esfera?
Me han dicho algunos que van a ir. Yo tengo mi equipo argentino, tengo mi esposa y mis hermanos, que con eso me basta, es suficiente para mí, así que no me hace falta más nada. Si viene gente a apoyarme, de hecho que lo recibo con los brazos abiertos y encantado de tenerlos acá en la esfera.
I've been told there are some people coming, but I got my girlfriend and my sister over, and that's all I need. I don't need nobody else to come and support me. But if more people come and support me, I welcome them. I'm very thankful for their presence.
And obviously in your last fight, you had that spectacular performance against Terrence McKinney. I think I heard you got a new contract too. So I guess, how's life changed for you in terms of your relationship with UFC and just fan recognition in general?
Tuviste una victoria increíble en tu última pelea contra Terrence. Escuché también que renovaron tu contrato después de esa pelea. ¿Cómo cambió tu vida después de eso, todos estos últimos tiempos? ¿Cómo ha sido tu vida?
Sabía que tenía que ganar esa pelea, gracias a Dios la gané. Tengo un nuevo contrato, ya firmé un nuevo contrato con UFC por un par de peleas más, así que nada, me siento mucho más estable, mucho más concentrado, ahora solamente tengo más foco en seguir creciendo. Y nada, se van acomodando las cosas de a poco, de tanto sacrificio, uno empieza a sentir que todo vale la pena ahora y se puede motivar mucho más.
Man, I needed that win. I'm glad I did it. And yeah, you're right. I got a new contract, a couple of fights more under the new contract, which gives me more stability now, and I'm able to focus and train better. Things are looking up, but that just gives me more drive and motivation to keep going forward.
And obviously your opponent, Daniel Zellhuber, I'm curious, what do you make of his skill set? There's a lot of hype around him. They view him as like this future Mexican title challenger. But do you see, does the hype warrant the skill? Does the skill set warrant the hype in your mind?
Bueno, ahí sobre tu adversario ahora, Daniel Zellhuber, mucho hype atrás de él, dicen ahí que va a ser un gran campeón mexicano. ¿Vos decís que las habilidades que tiene condicen con el hype que le tiene?
Yo creo que sí, es un buen peleador, es un gran prospecto. Como lo he dicho también, me hubiese encantado encontrarme más adelante con él, cosa de que podamos crecer juntos los dos, pero bueno, peleas son peleas, él está listo, yo estoy listo. Los dos vamos a ser grandes campeones, él de México, yo de Argentina, lo respeto mucho, es un gran peleador, así que yo estoy contento de compartir cartelera con él, es una muy buena pelea y se lo vamos a prometer, va a ser una muy buena pelea donde van a ver de todo, así que sí.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's hype because he's a great fighter. You know, I respect him a lot. As I said previously, you know, I wish I had the opportunity maybe to fight him further on along my career. Maybe we could have a chance to develop and grow together. But yeah, this is a great fight now. I'm ready for this fight. I think it's going to be an insane fight, and no one wants to miss it. And but yeah, I have nothing but respect for him. He's a great fighter, a great contender coming up from Mexico.
I was going to ask that. Are you surprised they matched you up this early in your careers, given you guys both have stellar records and you're both young and you guys could face each other when you're further up the rankings?
Iba a preguntar eso sobre la posibilidad de pelear más adelante, considerando ahí el histórico, el cartel que tienen ustedes, pero ¿qué decide que tenga ya esa pelea ahora?
No me parece mal. como te dije, me hubiese gustado que sea más adelante, pero nada, como te dije, peleas son peleas, si hay que pelear, hay que pelear. La oportunidad se dio en este momento, había que aceptarla, es una gran puerta que se abre en este momento y ser parte y dejar mi huella en la esfera tiene mucho valor, así que yo estoy más que emocionado y contento de representar mi bandera este sábado.
Yeah, fights are fights, man. You know, as I said, I wish we had had opportunities to fight further up, but the opportunity came up now. So I'm happy to accept it. I'm happy for this fight, but yeah, you're just going to see how it goes now.
And a lot of fighters, you know, they envision this walk to the octagon in this arena, but no one's ever fought in the sphere before. So I would imagine it's kind of difficult to envision what you're going to do. So have you thought about, like, they're going to be playing movies when you're fighting, the walls are going to be showing pictures. Have you thought about what this will look like?
Hablando sobre la salida ahora, que nadie nunca tuvo una salida así en un ambiente como este, van a pasar películas ahí durante la pelea, entre la pelea. ¿Vos pensaste un poco de eso? ¿Cómo va a ser ingresar al octágono con esa?
Se me cruzan muchas formas en la cabeza, pero trato de no estar pensando en eso. Quiero estar concentrado en la pelea y después de la pelea poder disfrutar el evento. Yo sé que va a ser un poco difícil estar concentrado con tantas cosas nuevas. Nunca he estado dentro de la esfera, jamás. No sé cómo se ve ni nada así, pero mi mente y mi cabeza están enfocadas solamente en entrar, hacer mi trabajo y salir con la victoria. Después de eso podré disfrutar de la esfera.
Yeah, a lot of things go through my mind, but to be honest, I'm focused on my opponent. I'm focused on the fight. I'm just going to go in there, do the work that I've been doing. I've never been into the sphere, so I don't know what it's like. I'm just focused to do my work, my job, and after the fight, maybe enjoy the event, the atmosphere a little bit more.
And then just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
Hablando sobre la pelea principal de Sean y Merab, ¿qué decís? ¿Qué te parece esa pelea?
Es una muy buena pelea. Yo creo que si pasa del segundo round, creo que se la puede llevar Merab, para mi punto de vista. Es un peleador que es muy agresivo, pero como te dije, O'Malley tiene una mira en las manos, es muy certero y lo puede noquear en el primero o segundo round. Pero si pasa eso, yo creo que es mucho más probable que se la lleve Merab.
It's a great matchup. If it goes past the second round, I think Merab could take it, but you know, O'Malley, he's super accurate with his hand. And if O'Malley gets Merab within the first 2 rounds, I think O'Malley could have it. But yeah, it could go either way.
Hola, Esteban right here.
¿Qué tal, Esteban? ¿Cómo estás? Bueno, preguntarte justamente cómo ha sido la preparación de tu campamento durante todo este tiempo con respecto al rival que te ha tocado bastante fuerte.
Bien, tuve unas buenas 9 semanas de entrenamiento. Me hubiese gustado tener un poquito más, pero bueno, es un buen tiempo de entrenamiento. Me entrené bastante duro. Yo creo que mucho más duro que todas mis peleas. Sabiendo a la persona que tenía enfrente, obviamente tuve mucha más motivación. Así que con muchas más ganas aumenté mi entrenamiento, hice las cosas como tenía que hacer, mi dieta, con la gente correcta y nada, estoy muy, muy preparado para esta pelea.
¿En qué te especializaste más en este caso? Tal vez como striker, en la lucha.
Para todas mis peleas me especializo igual para todo. En mi striking, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, Wrestling. Siempre trato de mejorar mis falencias, que serían, como ya viste en mis peleas, un poco mi lucha, pero yo creo que mejoré muchísimo esa parte. Y obviamente seguir afianzando mi striker, ¿no?
Con respecto ya a la esfera, ¿escogiste ya la canción con la cual quieres salir?
Sí, por supuesto.
¿Cuál va a ser?
Con la misma que salgo todavía, que se llama Can't Be Touched de Roy Jones. Una canción que me pone muy agresivo, que me centra y que me da ganas de arrancarle la cabeza a la otra persona. Es una buena canción que uso siempre.
Y bueno, ¿y cuál es tu mensaje para toda la gente argentina que va a estar viéndote?
Que gracias por el apoyo, que estén ahí atentos, que los voy a representar de la mejor manera, voy a dar todo de mí arriba de esa jaula. Y nada, estén ahí, que yo voy a dar lo mejor de mí.
Esteban, aquí.
Dime.
Tu derecha.
¿A dónde? Acá.
Desde que llegaste a la UFC, te han puesto solo en eventos grandes donde hay mucha gente viéndote. ¿Tú crees que eso demuestra la compañía te tiene fe en poner peleas divertidas para los fanáticos?
Yo creo que le debo gustar un poco a la empresa para que me ponga en ese evento, que confíen que puedo dar un gran show. Yo no dudo de eso, yo siempre trato de dar lo mejor de mí y de que sea una pelea entretenida. Voy al frente siempre, me gusta el intercambio y si voy al piso trato de salir, trato de presionar, así que yo creo que sí. Me gusta más pelear en eventos grandes. No sé, se siente más, con la gente se siente una motivación, ¿no? Mucho más garra.
Bueno, y sabemos que va a haber mucha gente nueva viendo este evento por la esfera, pero también las personas que siguen el deporte de manera seria, semana a semana, dicen que tu pelea contra Zellhuber podría ser la pelea de la noche. Entonces, ¿cómo se siente oír eso en una noche donde está lleno de peleas grandes y obviamente el espectáculo es la esfera?
Yo creo que tienen razón. Tienen razón, yo creo que va a ser la pelea de la noche, o eso espero. Él es un peleador que ha tenido varias peleas también por pelea de la noche también. La dio con Francisco Prado de la pelea pasada. Y yo soy otro argentino aguerrido también que puede dar esa pelea. Contento de que la gente opine lo mismo, así que me pone muy contento.
Y por último, tu amigo Kevin Vallejos va a estar otra vez en el Contender Series esta temporada. ¿Cómo se sintió oír esa noticia?
Muy bien, contentísimo, obviamente. Un argentino más y Julieta Martínez también, otra argentina más también, así que son dos. Sí, obviamente les deseo lo mejor. La segunda oportunidad para el chino, yo creo que se la puede dar esta vez. Se lo merece, entrena duro, igual que Julia, así que el mejor de los éxitos para ellos. Sé que en el PI de México están entrenando fuerte.
Gracias.
Esteban over here. Esteban, Dana White said that this is going to be the biggest test of both you and his career up to this point. Do you feel that's true?
Dana dijo que este va a ser el gran test para ti y para tu adversario. ¿Concordo con él?
Yo creo que sí, que no sé si es un test, pero es una buena oportunidad de demostrar de qué estoy hecho y de que me lo merezco, de que me merezco estar acá, de que estoy pisando fuerte y es una buena oportunidad de demostrarle de lo que estoy hecho.
I'm not so sure if it's a test, but definitely it's a great opportunity to show everyone what I'm made of.
And then just to go back, can you discuss the reaction to getting the call that they wanted you to be a part of the Sphere event?
¿Cómo fue tu reacción cuando te llamaron para ser parte del evento acá del Sphere, en el Sphere?
Me puse contento, pero yo en algo ya sabía dentro que iba a pelear ahí. Lo venía diciendo mucho tiempo antes, un poquito hasta antes de mi pelea de mayo. Lo venía como que llamando con la mente. A todo el mundo le dije, yo voy a ser parte, yo voy a ser parte. O casualidad me llamaron un día y me dijeron, hey, vas a pelear en la esfera. Así que no me sorprendió tanto, pero me puso muy contento.
I was happy, of course, but to be honest, even before my fight back in May, I was already visualizing, thinking about this, being part of it, that they were going to call me. So when I actually got the call, I was super happy, but maybe not so much surprised.
Thank you.
Esteban, para Telemundo, no sé si ya te preguntaron lo que te voy a preguntar, pero voy a apelar más al sentimiento. ¿Ya dijiste a quién le vas a dedicar este combate? Estamos en una noche donde va a haber mucho sentimiento, México, la independencia, etc. ¿Vos tenés alguna dedicación especial?
Siempre se la dedico a una persona que está en el cielo, que es mi papá, y a mi familia, a toda la gente que está por atrás mío, pero más que nada siempre a mi papá.
Excelente. Y otra, la última. ¿Ya conociste la esfera por dentro? ¿Será que puede ser un distractor? Tantas pantallas por todos lados, arriba.
No la he conocido todavía y espero que no lo sea, y si no lo es, voy a tratar de seguir concentrado en la pelea solamente y después tratar de disfrutarla. Yo sé que va a ser difícil, pero he visto videos. Thank you guys.
espanhol. Sim.
Mani,
Buen día. No te duda.
Diego, right here. Obviously, we just did this a couple months ago before your original fight with Brian. So I guess how's life changed since then? Losing Brian the first time, fighting Dan Ige on incredibly short notice seemed to gain you a lot of respect. So what's life been since that last fight?
Bueno, estuvimos acá ya hablando sobre esto, ¿no? Porque era para ser Brian antes, pero aceptaste una pelea en corto plazo con Dainigue, una pelea increíble. Pero ¿cómo ha sido tu vida estos últimos tiempos ahí entrando en la pelea contra Brian?
no, pues todo ha sido normal. Después de la pelea contra Dainigue, pues regresé a mi casa, seguí trabajando y pues bueno, estaba consciente de que la siguiente pelea iba a ser con Brian, ¿no? Entonces nada más tendría que seguir pues lo que ya teníamos planeado.
Now just back to normal. Has a good fight with Dan, and then I was pretty sure that my following fight would be against Brian Ortega. So just went back to normal, back to camp, back to training, focusing on the upcoming fight.
Is this kind of best case scenario? Because even that first fight was kind of thrown together relatively last minute, but now you get a full camp to prepare for Brian, and it's in this massive event inside the Sphere.
Es el mejor escenario para esta pelea porque también la pelea contra Brian la aceptaste a corto plazo. Ahora tuviste la oportunidad de tener un camp completo preparándote para esta pelea.
Sí, ahora yo creo que las cosas van a ser diferentes, ¿no? Yo creo que la gente ha visto de lo que yo soy capaz con tener un campamento completo. Pero yo creo que es el escenario pues ideal, ¿no? Brian es un México-americano, yo soy una persona que vive en México y poder pelear en la esfera de la independencia pues va a ser algo muy significativo para los dos y para toda la gente de México.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think considering the fact that Brian is a guy with a Mexican background, I live in Mexico, being able to fight in the Sphere in this great event is a great opportunity. I'm just looking forward for this fight.
Are you expecting anything different from the last time you prepared for Brian? Because he's done some interviews, and since then he wants to kind of silence the doubters that think he kind of chickened out of the last fight. He wants to prove that he still belongs here. So are you expecting a different approach from Brian, or just the same Brian you had previously prepared for?
¿Vos pensás que va a ser algo diferente de Brian? Porque muchos dicen que él como que no quiso pelear y salió de la pelea. ¿Vos crees que él está con otra mentalidad entrando en la pelea ahora?
Pues yo creo que todos nosotros que hacemos un campamento completo llegamos con otra mentalidad, ¿no? Yo estoy seguro que Brian pues viene mucho más seguro de sí mismo, así como yo también. Así que nada, o sea, pues yo estoy listo para pelear.
I think everybody who is able to do a full camp comes with different mentality. I think Brian's coming up ready, but I've been focused on this fight, so I think we're both ready.
And obviously, outside of your fight, we have the featherweight title fight in next month. We have obviously Aljamain and Movsar fighting. Do you kind of view you and Brian and Aljamain and Movsar as kind of a four-man tournament, and like the winner of these two would fight, and then the winner of that would possibly go on for a title shot?
¿Vos crees que es un torneo de ahí de 4 personas en la categoría, Aljamain, con su pelea que está viniendo, que están por pelear? ¿Hay como un torneo de los 4 por el cinturón?
Yo creo que podemos decir que sí, ¿no? Porque somos los 4 que estamos en la puerta, ¿no? Yo estoy peleando contra el número 3 del mundo, que pues definitivamente haciendo una buena presentación me va a dejar la puerta por el título. Y sí, podemos decir que ese es un torneo, pero yo no creo que trata solo de ganar la pelea, sino de hacer una buena presentación y pues bueno, tener el nombre en la mesa para pelear por el título.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the 4 of us, but I'm fighting the 3 ranked best fighter. I think the 4 of us are the guys who are knocking at the door for the title. But it's not just about going out and fighting those 4. It's also putting up a great show, and that's what I intend to do.
Well, you have to like the idea of when Ilya says, you're a strong candidate if you win. So when you hear that, does that kind of give you extra motivation to get through Brian?
Cuando te dicen que puedes ser un buen competidor ahí para disputar el título, ¿te da más motivación contra Brian?
Sí, claro, definitivamente, ¿no? Yo creo que no es todos los días que escuchamos el campeón mencionar el número 12 como un contendiente al título, ¿no? Entonces, definitivamente es una motivación extra, aún más cuando mi siguiente pelea es contra el número 3 del mundo. Yo sé que me puede posicionar muy bien y escuchando las recientes declaraciones de Ilya, yo creo que definitivamente podemos estar ahí.
Absolutely. I think, it's not every day that you hear that. I'm going to fight the 3 ranked guy in the division. So it's just great to hear that kind of compliment, and that really sets me up in a better position to come up strong.
Is the plan still to win relatively cleanly and then turn right around and corner Alexa?
La idea es salir limpio, ileso, sin problema de la pelea y ayudar a Alexa en el corner.
Definitivamente es el plan que tengo en mente. Yo sé que es una pelea dura con Brian, pero yo estoy listo pues, para hacer un gran trabajo y poder correr allá al vestiario, cambiar de ropa y estar en la esquina de Alexa.
Yeah, that's absolutely the plan. I know Brian is a great fighter. I'm ready for whatever comes up, but the idea is really just to run back to the locker room, get changed, and go back to the corner Alexa.
Have you and Alexa talked? Because even if you do win, you know, a lot of times Brian's in these wars, and they might not let you do that because of the damage you've taken. Have you guys talked as a team about what if you're not allowed to go back out there?
Pero hablaron con Alexa sobre la posibilidad de que eso no llegue a ocurrir porque las peleas de Brian son una guerra. Entonces puede ser que eso no sea posible, que vuelvas a atacar.
Sí, claro, nosotros somos conscientes de que las peleas pueden ser una guerra, ¿no? Yo he mencionado que los dos podemos terminar muy mal. Y definitivamente nosotros en el equipo estamos conscientes de todo lo que puede pasar, ¿no? Ya analizamos todos los escenarios, estamos listos pues, para lo que pase en la pelea, pues vamos a estar bien acomodados.
Yeah, absolutely. We do talk about this. You know, I am ready for a war. I'm ready to go out, full out, and we do debate this as a team and make decisions according to whatever happens. But yeah, we spoke about it. We have a strategy for it.
And last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
¿Qué pensaba de la pelea principal de Sean O'Malley y Merab?
Pues es una buena pelea, ¿no? Yo creo que Merab ya se merecía esa oportunidad por el título y pues así como usted, yo también estoy emocionado y curioso para saber lo que va a pasar.
Yeah, it's a great fight. I think Merab deserves his title shot, and I'm just curious to see what happens.
Diego back here. Diego, you're the only fighter to have fought at 300, 303, and now the Sphere event. What does it mean to you that the UFC not only recognizes the matchups, but you as specifically as being privileged to be part of these events in Vegas?
Sos el único peleador que peleaste en 300, 303 y ahora en la esfera. You know? ¿Qué decís de las peleas que te han puesto y qué decís de ese reconocimiento que la UFC te da de ponerte en grandes eventos?
Sí, yo creo que pues eso habla del gran trabajo que hemos hecho, ¿no? Del trabajo que hemos hecho, yo creo que nada más es eso, las buenas presentaciones en las peleas y salir a pelear, que es lo que a UFC le gusta.
I think it just proves that recognition for all the hard work that we put in, that the effort that we're doing is working, and it's, you know, shows on the cards that being put on. It's just a recognition of the hard work.
As you've grown in your career and the fights are becoming bigger and more important, how do you balance taking the time for yourself to get the rest you need and still being a good teammate? Because obviously you're very involved as a coach and a partner for all of your teammates in Grasso.
A la medida que vas creciendo, las peleas se van poniendo más importantes, de mayor escala. ¿Cómo equilibras toda esa parte para poder tener su entrenamiento, pero también poder aportar con el equipo? Soy muy participativo con el equipo y tener tiempo personal.
Yo creo que eso viene desde mucho antes, ¿no? Yo toda mi vida pues he vivido eso, he sido coach y he sido atleta al mismo tiempo, ¿no? Mucha la gente piensa que ahora las cosas tienen que ser diferentes, pero no, para mí sigue siendo normal. O sea, yo tengo mi horario de entrenamiento, tengo el horario para ayudar a ellos y eso me ayuda a ser un peleador más inteligente también, porque yo tengo que estudiar el doble tanto para mí cuanto para ellos.
I think it's normal, to be honest. I've always been a coach and a fighter. This has started way back, you know, when I started. And some people think that this has changed, that I have to do something new. But no, not really. This is just, I'm doing what I've always done and give them the opportunity at the same time to study my opponents and open up different opportunities.
A very important question. Who has better hair, you or Brian Ortega?
Me.
Diego, who is the Mexican UFC fighter that you were inspired by, or even just liked watching fighting coming up through your career?
¿Cuál es el peleador mexicano del UFC que más admiras y que ha visto y te inspira?
Pues yo creo que hay muchos, ¿no? Desde los primeros peleadores que llegaron dentro del UFC, así como el estilo de pelea de Goito Pérez, yo creo que es uno de los peleadores que ha inspirado a muchos, ¿no? Caín Velázquez también por su estilo de pelea. Definitivamente Brando, cuando ganó el título, es uno de los peleadores que más ha inspirado a todos los mexicanos y después de él pues ha llegado muchos más dentro del UFC, ¿no?
I think there are many fighters for their fighting style and their approach, their grit. But I think Goito Pérez, Cain Velázquez when he was champ, and also Moreno, who has made a significant work and effort to get more Mexicans into the sport.
Diego, por acá. Gracias. Preguntarte, si echamos la película para atrás a 1 año y medio, poco menos de 2 años, tu ascenso ha sido meteórico, ha cambiado mucho tu vida. ¿Ya te cayó el 20, como decimos en México? ¿Ya asimilaste esta situación de lo que ha cambiado tu vida en un periodo tan corto?
¿Todo bien? Sí, okay.
Dale.
Sí, pues la verdad es que sí. Yo creo que ha sido un proceso pues muy largo, ¿no? Como me mencionas, si volteé a ver 1 año y medio atrás, no me lo imaginaría de esta manera. Pero ahora que todo está pasando, pues lo estoy disfrutando bastante, ¿no? Yo creo que desde siempre he estado acompañando por mis compañeras Irene y Alexa. Yo creo que eso me preparó para este momento, ¿no? Entonces, ya estoy consciente de todo lo que está pasando, de todo lo que estamos viviendo, de las posibilidades, de las oportunidades que podemos tener más adelante. Y sí, la verdad lo estoy disfrutando bastante.
Y otra pregunta también por acá. ¿Qué tanto ha cambiado la estrategia, la forma de prepararte con respecto a lo que habías planeado o lo que habían diseñado ya para la pelea que terminó no dándose y ahora sí va a suceder? ¿Ha cambiado en algo la estrategia, tu forma de pelea, algo?
Pues la estrategia no ha cambiado en sí, simplemente lo que ha cambiado fue que podemos regresar a México. Yo pude estar en mi ciudad, en Puebla, donde vivo. Pude entrenar con mis alumnos, con mis compañeros, hicimos la mayoría de campamento allá antes de venirnos a Las Vegas. Y yo creo que el diferencial ha sido eso, ¿no? Regresar a Puebla, estar con mis alumnos, recargarme por esa energía de buena vibra pues, de todos, ¿no? Y poder regresar. Entonces yo creo que eso ha sido pues, el principal para mí este campamento.
Diego, aquí tu derecha. Aquí. Hola. Obviamente esta vez el espectáculo no solo van a ser las peleas grandes y los peleadores grandes en esta cartelera, pero también la esfera. ¿Hay alguna parte dentro de ti que se siente un poquito raro que no vas a poder disfrutar el espectáculo al nivel de la gente que va a estar adentro?
No, pues no, yo creo que no hay nada raro para mí, simplemente porque yo puedo vivir eso de 3 maneras diferentes, ¿no? Una la voy a vivir como peleador. Mi idea es salir bien de la pelea, viverlo como esquina y después pues puedo llegar a mi casa, prender la tele y ver otra vez el evento, ¿no? Entonces lo puedo vivir de las 3 maneras.
Y como ya mencionaste, peleaste en 300, 303 y ahora en la esfera ahorita en 306. Si sigues ganando estas peleas y recibiendo ofertas de peleas todavía más grandes, ¿planeas en seguir este ritmo de espectáculo de pelear cada 3 meses?
Sí, definitivamente. Toda mi carrera ha sido así. No por nada, pues tengo más de 30 peleas, ¿no? Yo creo que ha sido el diferencial en mi carrera, ha sido mi constancia, ¿no? No por nada, tengo la oportunidad que tengo hoy de estar peleando en uno de los eventos más espectaculares que va a tener, ¿no? Entonces, definitivamente, mi idea es mantenerme activo, pues, de más que se pueda.
Y cuando un fanático ve el conjunto que tú tienes con tus peleadores, compañeros, se ve como un conjunto muy bonito. ¿Cómo se siente de tu parte estar en ese conjunto de peleadores?
No, pues se siente bien, ¿no? Yo creo que todos nosotros durante mucho tiempo hemos estado juntos todos y ver el suceso que todos estamos teniendo ahorita es algo muy significativo, ¿no? Y tenerlos todos juntos es muy padre porque podemos movernos a varios lados todos juntos, ¿no? Independiente de dónde vayamos, podemos llevar el mismo equipo, o sea, no hay necesidad de entrenar en otro lado, simplemente ahorita tenemos la facilidad de movernos entre 8 o 10 personas de gimnasio y compañeros y estar moviendo todos juntos. Yo creo que eso fortalece mucho la unión de todos.
¿Qué tal, Diego? ¿Cómo estás? Bueno, una pregunta. Acabas de mencionar este tema de tener tantas peleas. ¿Cómo eso afecta a tu corte de peso, sobre todo?
No, fíjate que no soy un peleador que está muy pesado. Yo siempre mantengo pues, a un buen peso, justamente por eso, para poder pelear más seguido, ¿no? Yo tengo una persona conmigo que es la encargada pues, de mi nutrición y de mi corte de peso. Y esta persona para mí es la mejor persona que hay, ¿no? Si no fuera por él, yo creo que no haría tantas las peleas tan seguidas, ¿no? Pero yo creo que tengo los profesionales adecuados a mi lado y en base a eso, pues es por eso que hacemos pues tantas peleas seguidas, ¿no?
¿Tú crees que tú eres de los peleadores que nunca sale de campamento o sí tiene un tiempo de vacación, por decirlo así?
Creo que mi único tiempo de vacación es cuando viajo para mi ciudad, ¿no? Las 2 horas de avión nomás, porque yo llego a trabajar, llego a estar con mis alumnos, a ayudarles. Y sí, la verdad es que pues siempre estamos en campamento de una u otra manera, nosotros siempre estamos en campamento y yo creo que es algo también que me ayuda pues siempre estar cerca de mi peso.
Ese es el tema por el cual tú siempre aceptas todas las peleas que se te vienen porque siempre estás entrenando, pero también en qué te afecta, porque todos los rivales obviamente tienen diferente manera de pararse en el octágono.
Yo creo que diferencial, o sea, acepto las peleas justamente por eso, por el motivo de siempre estar ayudando a mis compañeros. Cada quien tiene un estilo diferente y cuando pues tenemos que hacer la simulación pues, de sus contrincantes son estilos diferentes, ¿no? Entonces nosotros siempre estamos trabajando diferentes estilos y yo creo que eso es lo que me da la confianza de aceptar las peleas y salir a pelear.
Diego, over here. Who would be your dream artist to perform at the Sphere and why?
¿Cuál sería un artista que pudiera cantar, un artista de tus sueños, así que te gustaría ver cantar en el Sphere y por qué?
Uy, difícil, güey.
It's a hard one.
Un artista. Tal vez Luis Miguel.
Okay, muy bien. And let me also say, I loved your Wahlburger recommendation from the other week. I got it.
Me
El
encantó
doble, doble.
tu recomendación de Mark Wahlberg. El latino.
Good. Thank you.
Hello.
Alexa, right here. First of all, where's your custom belt that we saw last time?
It's at home.
So you don't bring that out. And will that belt be on Saturday? Will you have that one on Saturday?
No, I don't travel with it. It's beautiful, and I just want him to wait there at home.
Sure. Well, obviously a big fight for you on Saturday in the Sphere. It's kind of uncharted territory for the UFC and just sports in general. So essentially as one of the faces of Mexican MMA and this promotion and this whole fight we've given around Mexican Independence Day, what's been the emotions like? What's been your life like just kind of, being this face of the promotion this week?
Well, it's going to be a really, really huge event. Like you said, it's going to be new for all of us, even for athletes, Like fighting just one side is going to be the crowd, behind us is going to be a big screen. So, I don't know, a complete different kind of arena that we are used to, but it's amazing. I'm proud and I'm super thankful with the UFC for allowing me to be part of this card, and it's going to be huge.
Dana has obviously said there's going to be movies played between fights. There's going to be moving pictures during the fights. Have you had any idea of what it'll be like in there when you're actually fighting and things are kind of moving around you?
Well, I was in the Sphere a few months ago. I went to watch a show, and it's wow. I don't know if you have been there, but it's magical. It's huge, like the big screen, looks like super real. So it's going to be really cool.
And obviously, you're preparing for Valentina a third time. The last time we saw was obviously the draw, and I think it was, did you hurt your hand or something like that? So I guess, how long did it take for you to get back fully training and in preparation for Valentina?
Yeah, well, I had an injury in the fight. I needed a surgery, but it took me a few months. My hands are my strongest weapon. I love to box, and it was really hard, honestly. But right now it's full healed, and I'm ready for that. And I'm happy that my body heals really well.
And there seemed to be some sort of mutual respect before and after all those fights. There's obviously competitive nature, but you spent a lot of time with her on The Ultimate Fighter. Have you gained any more or newfound respect for her after kind of seeing how she treats her fighters and just being around her all those weeks?
Yeah, we had to share a lot of time, together there, filming this and again and again and again, and it was kind of funny. But yeah, what I realized, both of us, we were super professional. We were here to make our job the best we could, and also help the crowd and the production to do their job easier. So that's something that we can relate. We're super professional. We love to compete, and we're 100% in.
And I'm sure you heard her words. She says, everyone knows I won that second fight. You want to prove that, you think you won that fight. So I guess, did she say this to your face, or is it just everything you're hearing through the media?
Well, I think that we all talk this about just in media. We don't share that much conversation between each other.
Just last one for me. Just kind of get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab.
Well, it's going to be a great main event. I think, Sean got the power, to be able to land really good punches, but we also have Merab that is so explosive, that has amazing wrestling. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup.
What was it like seeing Merab and Sean get into a little argument in front of you? We obviously saw your reaction, but what was it like to watch that in person?
When they were arguing? I didn't know they were filming me, because we were just done with the filming, and then they started to talk things to each other, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? What's happening here? And I just wanted to know, too, but it was just funny.
With the show on Saturday, obviously the screen is going to be moving a little bit during your fight. Have you maybe asked the UFC, can I get in there and sort of see what I'm going to be fighting in front of, or do you want it to be a surprise for yourself as well?
Well, I don't know if they allowed all the fighters to do that. Of course, that will be nice. But if we are not allowed to do that, if it's gonna be great too, to put there all the fighters to see how and what's gonna be.
What would you describe your relationship with Valentina like at the moment? Obviously, everyone who coaches alongside their opponent usually gets a little bit tired of them by the end of the season. How would you describe your relationship with her?
Well, a competitive, professional relationship. We, like I said before, we're both professional. We're here to do our job. We love to compete, and we just found that fighting each other is really, really tough and amazing. And so, it's cool.
And last one from me, they say the environment you're fighting in will be a world. They won't say what sort of world it would be, but if you could pick the world that you're fighting in at the Sphere, what would it be?
All of them. I mean, I love the whole Mexican history. I love each one of the stages of my country. So, like, anyone, all of them.
Alexa over here. Alexa, last year the Noche UFC event was obviously very special. There was a lot of great energy from the fans and the fighters involved. How do the emotions for this one compare to the last one last year?
Well, last year was like the test, the first Noche UFC, like 100% Mexican graphics, fighters, environment, music. It was really good. The fights were amazing, and I think that's why we are doing this once again. So now it's a pay-per-view. Now we have like different location, different everything. Everything is new, and I don't know. I just think it's special. Any other country had the opportunity to have like a party for their Independence Day, and this talks about like how we fight. Like Mexican heart. We're always going forward. We're going, trying to, every single minute to fight and. It's really cool.
There's a big flyweight fight coming up later this year between Rose Namajunas and Erin Blanchfield. Not looking too far ahead, but just as a spectator, what do you think of that matchup?
I think it's a great matchup. I'm truly amazed about the flyweights because even it's the newest division in the UFC, I mean, all the girls are fighting amazing. All the flyweights are doing really, really great.
I know you're probably keeping it a secret, but if you do something special for your walkout, is it safe to say it's going to be one of the best ones we've ever seen in UFC on Saturday?
No, I'm guys, I'm not that kind of, I don't know. I don't do that thing, I'm focused on my fight. I always, the main goal when I'm walking to the octagon is just, the fight. So, no.
Final question. As the Mexican champion on the card, we have an interesting headliner. In your opinion, who is more Mexican, Sean O'Malley or Merab?
That's a good question. I mean, Merab was eating tacos and they're in Tijuana. He was dancing banda. So I don't know. I mean, Sean has her wife that is from Mexico too, so it's kind of half and half.
Thank you.
Alexa, was there a specific Mexican in the UFC that you enjoyed watching or enjoyed or kind of looked up to while you were coming up?
Like a Mexican that I admire so much?
Yeah, in the UFC.
Oh, in the UFC. Well, yeah, of course, Brandon Moreno, he was like the first Mexican champion, like that. Like I said, when you see someone that achieves something, but you don't know them, it's not from your country, you've never been like surrounded, but it's different when you have, met the person, trained with him, it's from the same country that you, has, step on the same line as you. It's different when you watch someone having success that you said, oh my God, it's from the same place that I come from, it's from like, I've been, like, it's real. And I mean, he was a really huge inspiration, I think, for me and for tons of Mexican fighters.
Thank you.
Alexa, tu última pelea fue obviamente contra Valentina durante este fin de semana el año pasado. Y me imagino que parte de la espera para verte pelear otra vez fue para conservar esta trilogía para este evento espectacular y obviamente la grabación del Ultimate Fighter. Pero ahorita que se cierra el capítulo con Valentina, ¿tu plan es otra vez poder pelear de ritmo más seguido?
Sí, obviamente, claro que me gustaría, lo ideal sería para mí pelear 2 veces al año, eso sería como mi top y mi meta a seguir.
Y en los Open Workouts me mencionaste que algún día quisieras pelear en casa, en la nueva arena en Guadalajara. Dana White dijo que es posible que puedan traer Noche UFC a otras ciudades del mundo, entonces si la pelea va como quieres, ¿vas a pedir a Dana White tu deseo de ir a Guadalajara para Noche UFC?
Claro, sí, mira, me encantaría y sería uno de mis sueños más grandes poder llevar el primer evento de UFC a Guadalajara y justamente más ahora porque ya hay una arena nueva especial que es con todos los requerimientos que se necesita para un evento de UFC.
Gracias.
Gracias.
¿Qué tal, Alexa? ¿Cómo estás? Bueno, esta es la última parte de la trilogía, una victoria, un empate. ¿Qué sensaciones te viene ahora que ya está por terminar toda esta rivalidad con Valentina?
Bien, estoy muy contenta, ha sido una gran competencia, ¿no? Creo que las peleas que hemos dado han sido increíbles, ustedes lo han podido ver, ¿no? El nivel técnico, el nivel de pasión, de profesionalismo que hemos dado es muy grande, es muy alto y la verdad me siento súper orgullosa de seguir haciendo historia, ¿no? Hacer la primera trilogía de mujeres, la primera campeona mexicana y bueno, no puedo esperar a que ya sea el sábado.
Bueno, en Brasil también nos mencionabas acerca de la competencia interna, obviamente, que tuvieron. ¿Cómo viste sobre todo a tus alumnos y esa enseñanza también de Valentina como rival, tanto ella y los alumnos de Shevchenko?
¿En el de Ultimate Fighter?
Sí.
Ah, pues estuvo muy padre, fue una gran experiencia. Digo, ser coach no es fácil, no es nada fácil. Hubo un día que yo abracé a mis coaches, les dije, o sea, los amo y los admiro tanto de todo lo que hacen porque no cualquiera, ¿no? O sea, bien de ese trabajo y esa técnica y el estudiar y todo lo que hacen es increíble. Entonces me sirvió muchísimo estar en el de Ultimate Fighter, aprendí muchísimas cosas y bueno, pues también me encanta competir y creo que ustedes lo vieron, ¿no? La guerra de equipos estuvo muy buena.
Totalmente. Y bueno, ya con respecto a la pelea, ¿qué consideras tú con todo ya el conocimiento que tienes del The Ultimate Fighter, también de la trilogía que hoy se va a terminar? ¿Qué consideras tú superior en contra de Valentina ya en el octágono?
Definitivamente mi boxeo, es algo que he seguido puliendo, obviamente todo lo demás está ahí, pero sí creo que sé perfectamente lo que tengo que hacer, es ir para adelante, ser yo, dejar ir mi striking.
Por acá, Alexa, preguntarte, hace días Dina decía que pelear como mexicano es un halago. ¿Consideras que esto es así y por qué razón tú dirías que tiene razón en esto?
Bueno, creo que hemos demostrado, ¿no?, que damos unas superguerras. Nos encanta el intercambio, nos encanta ir para adelante, nos encanta pues realmente estar dentro del combate, ¿no? Dar todo y yo creo que eso es algo muy padre, ¿no? No dejar como que se vaya el tiempo, estamos siempre intentando y yo creo que eso es algo muy importante en el deporte de combates. Son 5 minutos que adentro se sienten muchísimos, pero de fuera es muy diferente la perspectiva, entonces tratar de hacerlo, obviamente también sigue siendo un show, ¿no? Y tenemos que dar lo mejor para que todas las personas se sientan igual de apasionadas y sientan lo que estamos viviendo y sientan, o sea, vean lo que estamos haciendo y todo lo que entrenamos, entonces creo que sí, es muy padre que digan eso de los mexicanos.
¿Consideras que esta pelea, que es el cierre ya de la trilogía, puede ser la oportunidad para ti, para dar un golpe sobre la mesa y decir, yo soy la nueva dominante de la división, como lo fue en su momento Valentina, y sea prácticamente el pase de estafeta para ti en esta situación?
Bueno, todo depende de la pelea, ¿no? Obviamente tengo que hacer una gran pelea, eso ya está como después. Ahorita lo más importante es la pelea, ganar y es lo que tengo más en la cabeza. Entrené muchísimo, me siento muy bien, me siento preparada, el campamento estuvo súper padre, hice todo, entonces me siento muy bien.
¿Puede ser esta la oportunidad?
Puede ser.
Alexa, over here. Who would be your dream artist to perform a concert at the Sphere?
Oh, my dream artist, oh my God. I don't know. Sorry, I don't have that in my mind right now.
That's okay.
I know I could say a few, like Rihanna could be, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
First of all, fantastic outfit as always, Sean. When you joined the UFC and started the Sugar Show, as you said, you always pictured nights, I imagine, that shone out from the rest of the sport. Going into Saturday night, is this exactly what you sort of wanted to achieve in your fighting career, doing moments like this, which are one of one?
Hell yeah. This is exactly, I mean, yeah, looking back, 2017, 2018, I was on the undercard. Well, co-main event on my debut on a not so great card. But yeah, this is what I wanted, something like this. Obviously, we didn't know the Sphere was even a thing at those times, but I wanted one-of-one kind of moments, and this is it.
You have got to take a look inside the Sphere, I understand, right? So
Wrong, brother. I haven't. I went down to Dana's little office area. They got their idea room and stuff, so that's where I kind of checked out the Sphere.
Okay. So once you did get to see that, you did get an idea of his vision for it, and then maybe this sort of co-headlining with the building itself became a bit more palatable to you?
Hell yeah. Yeah, Dana gave me goosebumps just talking about it. It was talking to Dana about anything off camera. He's the same, kind of just fired up, super inspirational to be around. But yeah, once he kind of showed me his vision of it, how much effort he's put into this, and how much work the UFC and everyone's put into this, it really gives you a different perspective on how crazy of an event this is going to be.
You're also a guy who likes to sort of in-picture moments, right, that you achieve, whether it be a highlight, fight finish, or something like that. When you view your own walkout in this environment, how excited are you to be able to watch that back after the fight and sort of see that moment?
For me, right now, it's like the Sphere is going to be cool for everyone else, but me, I have this. For me, it's tunnel vision. I'm walking to the cage. I'm doing what I have to do. I'll enjoy the show after. I don't let myself kind of think about all that. So, for me, it's going to be. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's going to be so crazy. I'm going to have no choice but to look around and I mean, I'll look around and take it in, but I'm not thinking about all the extra stuff.
Okay. Moving on to Merab then, I think he's one of those opponents that you sort of know what he's bringing to the table, right? He's going to spam takedowns, he's going to sort of throw a bit recklessly until he gets an opportunity to spam those takedowns. Does that make it easier for you to prepare, or does it make it a bit more dull to prepare for, knowing that you have to just do the same sort of drill again and again?
Preparation, it went great. It's everyone's sparring's just sparring. It is what it is. I enjoy training camp a lot, so it was a good camp, and him having that style is either going to work for him or it's going to get him knocked out, and we get to find out in a few days.
What do you make of Merab as a person, right? I mean, Dana White sort of called him a moron the other day with the, some of the stuff he puts on social. When you see that stuff on social, do you just see a guy who's trying to build his own brand, or do you see a guy who's making fundamental errors in what he's putting out there?
A little bit of both. Mostly stupidity. I mean, the dude jumped. He didn't know what ice was. He jumped. He didn't know if water got cold, that cold that it turns to ice. He jumped in ice onto his head. So I mean, that's the person we're talking about.
I kind of going off of that. Merab has said you've not wanted to fight him since 2018. You've said he has a punchable face. They show him on the countdown. He's like watching your fights. He's like, fuck this guy and everything. Is it personal between you, or is it just this kind of been building so much you guys are tired of thinking about each other?
A little bit of both. I think it's definitely became more personal when I knocked Aljo out. So I think that kind of made it a little bit more personal. But then I started questioning their friendship in the first place, because I knocked Aljo out and it's like Merab's turn, but Aljo's like, no, I want a rematch. And I was like, I don't know if these guys are his friend. Then Merab going on and saying, no, I would have fought Aljo if UFC gave me a contract. So I don't really know what's going on there, but yeah.
We heard your coach say, it's hard to find guys that are like you to train with, to prepare for you. Did you have any difficulty finding guys like Merab in terms of his size or his style of fighting?
No, not really. I mean, you're never going to find someone exact for anybody. Everyone's got their own styles, but we were able to find some shorter guys that were able to come in and shoot on me during sparring. So overall, I was very, very, very happy with how sparring went and with how camp went and all.
Have you heard what, when Henry's saying, he's heard that you're having trouble getting off your back and everything? Is that just Henry talking, or what's he going off?
Well, you saw me roast that guy, right? He tried saying, he got us, Kamaru, and Kamaru was like, nah, he got you. Henry is just he's just a little guy that just gets very upset about things, and I just burned him so good that I don't know where he got my back hurts, but yeah, that's not true.
You also said, cardio doesn't mean anything when you're KO'd in the second round. So is that your official prediction for Saturday, second round knockout?
I mean, Could be first, could be second. I could knock out Merab first, second, third, or fourth or fifth. But I'm leaning towards the second a little bit.
What was it like training with the Cardinals? We saw you with Kyler Murray doing some drills out there.
Damn, that was fun. Childhood dream. First love, first dream was to be in the NFL. Like, football was my favorite sport, and so to be able to go and do that was a dream come true.
Sean, right over here. Andreas from ESPN. We all know that Conor's been like the biggest star in the UFC, but should you perform what you think you're going to do on Saturday night, how close do you think you are to getting to that level of star power?
Yeah. I think I'm very close. I think Conor's still got one more big fight in him because there's a big question mark. Like, what can Conor come back? Can he actually beat Chandler? So I think Conor's got one more huge fight in him. He goes out there and loses his next fight, it'll be like 6 in a row or something. It's got to die down eventually. Maybe not. That just tests how big of a star he is. But I would assume he goes out there. If he loses, I'm there. I'm the guy. I'm the number one.
Coming off of that, what do you bring that's unique that Conor doesn't bring? Like, what do you think your appeal is to fans, not just of MMA fans, but fans that are casual fans of the sport?
I bring fights. I fight often. So I think that's what it is right now. Conor was good on the mic. The accent, the words that he chose, he was very good on the mic. Performances, he had a couple good performances. But I'm consistent right now. I'm fighting a lot, so that's what I bring.
Last thing for me, I know there was a time that you talked about boxing. Have you pushed that to the back? Are you still considering one day to get into the boxing ring?
Someday. Yeah. Right now, it's not a focus at all. Like, Merab's the focus. I have big fights after. I mean, I've said Ilya, I've said Max, there's Umnar, there's Figgy. There's a lot of options for me right now that I don't think it's that time. But there will be a time when it's, Conor Floyd was requested by the fans. There's gonna be, if I go out there and keep knocking people out, it's going to be intriguing.
Sean, over here. What are your thoughts on Merab embracing the Mexican fans and culture these past couple of months? Do you think that's more of a promotional move by him to just try and get people to sway towards him?
Yeah, the dude pretends to be Georgian, then he pretends to be American, now he pretends to be Mexican. He's all over the place, but he's doing his best. Can't hate on it.
And I know obviously a big focus not only on the fights but the Sphere. I mean, I'm sure you heard a lot about that already. But being back in Vegas for you, I know Vegas has always been a city you like to fight in, and you wanted to be on last December pay-per-view. So I guess how does it feel for you just to be back in Las Vegas?
God, it feels great. It feels like we're home. My first, I think, we'll count in the Contender Series, I think my first 10 fights were here in Vegas. So feels so good to be home. Feels good. The short fight week in Boston or in Abu Dhabi, I was there like 17 days early. Boston, I was there Sunday. Miami, I was there Monday. This week we got in Tuesday afternoon. Fight week's gonna feel nice and short, and I'm very excited to be back in Vegas.
And speaking of the Contender Series, a lot of people, when you talk to them about the Contender Series, they think about your performance when Snoop Dogg was on. The show has come a long way since that performance. So what do you make of the show's progress and all the talent that's coming out of the show?
Yeah, sweet. I mean, the cage is right there. When I was fighting, I think it was actually in here as well, but the whole production of it it's improved a ton. So, when I fought in the Contender Series, I definitely wasn't here. It came a long way.
And back to your career, obviously, there's a couple guys that have their names in their hat for it to be next. So if you get past Merab, who do you think should be more deserving of a fight, whether it's a Figueiredo or an Umar Nurmagomedov? What do you think?
I'll say this just so it gets clipped. Merab probably won't see the whole thing. He'll probably just see this. I think Umnar is more deserving to fight me right now than Merab. I don't really mean that, but Merab's going to see that and fucking freak out. He has this weird thing against Umnar. He got asked about him, and he left. He's like, who's Umar? He just doesn't think he's deserving. So I'm sure that'll get clips sent to him, and he'll freak out. But as far as who's next, it's definitely not Umar. It could be. It could be Figgy. Could be Ilya. There's options. Right now, it's pointless. So I got to go out there and take care of Merab's, but we got options after.
If it were to be Umar, could you think that would be the closest thing to another Conor Khabib build-up?
Absolutely. I mean, Irish, Russian. I mean, it's there for the big fight.
Last one for me. You mentioned Ilya. Ilya has a big fight with Max Holloway coming up. How do you see that one going at UFC 308?
Honestly, I think Max might piece him up. Ilya's very, very skilled. Ilya's, up there top 3 pound for pound, in my opinion. So I'm very, very excited for that fight. I haven't been this excited for a fight for a while, so I'm looking forward to that one, but I think Max potentially could piece him up.
Sean, back over here. How different was this camp compared to Aljamain Sterling? Both teammates, both like to wrestle. That camp, you were injured with a rib, so like you were kind of limited on the wrestling. Like, how different was this camp?
I would say that camp, I would give it a D+. Like, I was able to still run. I was still able to do my hill sprints. I was still able to hit mitts. I was able to get in good, like, kickboxing shape. But as far as, like, jiu-jitsu shape, grappling shape, there was, from 6 weeks out to the fight, there was none, 0. So that camp wasn't necessarily great. This camp, I'd give it an A. I think this camp's been fucking excellent, and it needs to be, because Merab's very, very dangerous. So it needed to be a good camp. It was a good camp, and I'm excited to go out there and perform for everyone.
How bummed were you to not have Tommy compete on the Contender Series?
Yeah, that sucks, man. He'll grow from it. It'll be a learning lesson. It's a learning lesson to everybody in the gym. It's like, when you're that close to the fight, we gotta be smarter. And but yeah, that was tough. But it'll go by fast. He'll be back. He'll be on it, and he'll do his thing.
And finally, for me, was there a Mexican fighter in the UFC that you liked watching, or that inspired you?
A Mexican fighter. I just think Kelvin Gastelum off the top of my head. His fight versus Izzy, that was the first one that came to my mind. But Mexicans are just they're always fun. They're always in a good fight. They're always tough. They're hard as fuck to knock out. And but yeah.
Sean over here. Sean, going back to Contender Series, obviously some fighters get built up outside the promotion and then they come over and it's a big deal. What benefit do you feel you've had specifically pretty much growing up under the UFC banner?
Yeah, each fight you get to go and perform on the UFC, under the UFC platform, is a huge benefit. Like, there's just no eyeballs anywhere else like the UFC. So for me to be able to go there and build myself from when I started to now, it's like every fight I become a little bit more popular, and so it's a huge benefit doing that under the UFC.
I've got a couple more for your reaction. Do you think Merab should have to give you back your jacket if you win?
He doesn't have it. He borrowed it because I gave it to him. His nose looks like a fucking coat hanger. I was talking shit to Aljo. That's the thing. You clearly see in the video that I take my jacket off and I put it on the handle. People are like, "Oh, Merab stole your jacket." He didn't steal it. I let him hold it for me. So I still have it.
And then the last one, just for the record, do you feel you're more Mexican than Merab, headlining Mexican Independence Day?
100%. I have a Mexican family.
Thank you.
Sean, right over here. In the past year, just how would you describe what being a champion has been like? Winning the title in Boston, defending it, just how would you describe what that's been like?
Before I was champ, I told myself I need to live like I'm the champ. As far as what I'm doing, training, what I'm doing outside the gym, I need to live like a champion if I want to become a champion. So I've been doing it for a while. Same shit, like train, recover, COD, train. Like, it's a very basic lifestyle for the most part.
Back last September, you got to go up to Missoula and celebrate with the Grizzly football team. Got to be celebrated at the stadium in front of thousands of fans. Can you just describe what that was like, being celebrated in Montana in front of a stadium like that?
Yeah, that was cool. That was felt good to go back home and be celebrated. Montana's, I'm born and raised there. It kind of molded me as a fighter, so yeah, it was cool.
And then not long after that, you did the Town Pump event in Helena. Like, do those events mean more because it's where you grew up when you look back at it?
Yeah, it's funny just going to places like my hometown and seeing high schoolers stand in line to get a picture with me. Like, I would have been standing in line to see someone that had made it from hometown. So I saw a lot of my younger selves in those guys. So yeah, it was cool.
And then your siblings have been a big part of your life as well, and we're going to be speaking with them tomorrow. But Michael has obviously had kind of a remarkable story in his own right, and kind of a path through himself. Like, as his younger brother, what's it like kind of seeing the trials and tribulations your older brother has powered through to kind of get to where he is now?
Yeah, I thought that dude was definitely going to be dead. I lived in Arizona for like 8 years before he did. He was back in Montana, addicted to drugs, like way off on the deep end. And I thought that dude, I completely emotionally was not attached to him at all. Like, I thought he was going to die eventually. So for him to get sober, move to Arizona, and like be a part of my life now is it's inspiring, honestly, because addiction's no joke, and he's, battles it every day, but he's winning. So it's cool to see.
How proud are you of him, and how much does he mean to you, just knowing his path?
Very proud of him.
Last one for me. Obviously, you talked about Tommy McMillan. Just what can you say about him as a fighter? Another up-and-coming Montana guy. Just how would you describe just his ability as an undefeated pro?
Yeah, Tommy's very durable, very fucking skilled, good mindset, and I'm excited to watch his career play out.
Thanks, Sean.
Sean.
Sean, you said you ranked Ilya top 3 pound for pound. Where do you feel that you rank in your own pound for pound?
Number 1, of course.
All right, then who's number 2?
John Jones. He's got fucking dogs. He shoots guns. No, I'm joking.
Sean, one more, please.
Yeah.
Who would be your dream artist to perform a concert at the Sphere?
Damn, dream artist. That's tricky because there's so many, but I know that Mexican OT is coming out to support, so that's dope.
Hey, great choice. Thank you, man.
Yep. Peace.
Sí, sí. ¿Quiere que lo haga él?
Es que me entiende un poquito más.
He's a trainer. Can do the translation. He understands him better.
Es que soy de Veracruz.
Claro.
Hay palabras que tal vez no entiendas.
Okay. Okay. ¿Cómo dice que es from Veracruz?
He's putting on the spot right now.
Ronaldo, right over here, other side.
Hi.
Obviously, since we last saw you, your life has changed quite a bit, I would imagine. I think I saw a video of you gained like 500,000 followers since your UFC debut. So how has life changed, and has it changed dramatically since, your last win in the UFC?
¿Cómo te sientes con el crecimiento que has tenido en tus redes sociales y pues tu desempeño que va a haber en el UFC?
Me siento muy bendecido, me siento orgulloso de tener el apoyo de toda mi gente mexicana, de mi raza, que me siento orgulloso, me siento bendecido de poder decir que estoy representando en un evento tan importante a toda mi raza que quiere verme, que me apoyan, que me dicen que yo los represento. Eso me llena de orgullo.
he's really proud and happy that all the Mexican people are. It's really like encouraging for him to know that he's representing the regular people, the Mexicans, the real Mexicans, the hard workers, and he feels blessed and really happy about it.
It seems you and Daniel Zellhuber have been the face of this new wave of Mexican MMA. Obviously, Alexa and Brandon and Yair were there, but you're this next group of people. So are you starting to notice that maybe even younger kids are starting to recognize you when you walk the streets?
Que Dani y tú son como la nueva camada de los peleadores que van a representar a México, ¿no? Los nuevos peleadores mexicanos. ¿Qué te sientes al respecto? Y también hay gente que las generaciones más abajo te están empezando a reconocer. ¿Qué sientes?
Oh, me llena de orgullo que la gente me esté comparando con alguien como Daniel Zellhuber. Él es un gran compañero, un gran ejemplo a seguir de trabajo duro, y pues yo pues me rodeo de gente que trabaja, ¿sabes? De gente trabajadora. Dijéramos, tenemos un dicho en el gimnasio: no nos rodeamos de pendejos, y nos rodeamos de gente que crece, que quiere salir adelante, que quiere trabajar, superarse, y pues de esa gente es la que yo quiero rodearme y de la que estoy rodeado, gracias a Dios.
So he's really proud and happy that you are comparing him also with, or putting him in the same space that Daniel Zellhuber, because he's the hardest worker of all the fighters that we know, and he's really happy about it. And also we have a saying that we don't stay with pendejos. That's like we don't stay with bumps. Let's say it in the PG-13.
we know what it means.
Yeah, we don't we don't stay with those guys. So that's why we keep the circle, you know, like hard workers and someone who wants to go beyond the level. We don't want to be part of this only. We want to take over.
And looking at your fight on Saturday, Ode was in here, and he said you guys actually sparred once before you guys got matched up. So he said he very much respects you, and he told us a story of how he messaged you when he got the contract. So what do you remember of that sparring mat session, if you do remember it, and what do you make of an Ode as an opponent?
Que Ode estuvo hace unos días aquí, o hace unas horas, y que comentó que ya han esparreado y entrenado juntos, que también te escribió para cuando aceptó la pelea, o le escribió a alguien. ¿Qué piensas de eso?
Pues espero que pues no piense que voy a salir con una amistad después de esto, porque yo voy a ir a arrancarle la cabeza a cualquier costo.
So he's like, I hope he doesn't think that we're friends, because in the cage I'm going to try to rip his head off, you know, like it's business.
Can I ask who made your hat?
¿Quién te hizo tu sombrero?
Oh, es veracruzano, es de Orizaba, y fue personalizado por unos artistas oaxaqueños, Jacobo y María. Está bien chido, ¿no, güey?
It's pretty cool, right? Jacobo and Maria are the ones who made the hat. The hat is from Veracruz and Orizaba? Orizaba, and that's the hat that represents his land.
I only asked because I think I saw Gilberto Marquez made you a hat too, and you know he's very famous here in America in terms of Mexican hat makers.
He saw that vio que te hicieron un sombrero de Gilberto
Marquez. Yeah.
Marquez.
Oh, sí, ese está bien perro, güey. Ese está chido, man. Ese lo voy a usar mañana. Es surprise.
Yeah, he's like, don't spoil it. Tomorrow we're gonna wear it, so it's gonna be in the press conference.
Can't wait. Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
¿Qué piensas del main event entre Sean y Merab?
Oh, va a ser una pelea entretenida, man. Van a tronar los cueros. Pero se me hace que les voy a robar el reflector después de que noquee o le arranque la cabeza al Ode.
It's gonna be a great fight. They're gonna stand and bang, but I think I'm gonna steal the show after them, you know.
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
La gente que te conoce sabe que tú tienes una actitud muy divertida, te la pasas bailando, cantando, haciendo todo eso. Obviamente vas a abrir el pay-per-view de esta cartelera. ¿Tú ves el potencial de recibir muchísimos fanáticos más después de este espectáculo?
Eso yo pienso que es inevitable. Trabajo muy duro para cumplir mis objetivos. Yo me visualizo como siempre siendo una superestrella. Sé que voy a hacerlo, es cuestión de tiempo. Me siento muy emocionado, ¿sabes? Este campamento ha sido bastante bonito, bueno, lo he disfrutado, me he llenado de energía increíble, man. Y, hermano, me siento increíble.
Y cuando te pones a ver tu plan para llegar al título, ¿cuántas peleas quieres pelear antes de llegar a una pelea así como para el título?
Tradúceme, ¿no? ¿No? Ok. Ajá. Perdón. ¿Cuántas peleas?
Sí.
No sé, eso no depende de mí, pero al que me ponga enfrente tiene que estar listo para morir.
Vale, y veo no solo el sombrero, pero también tiene los zapatos nuevos que te dieron. ¿Cómo se sintió recibirlos?
También vergas, loco. Guáchalos. Dicen viva México.
Gracias.
Ronaldo, acá. Ronaldo, acá.
Acá está.
¿Cómo estás?
Chido.
Esa noche tendremos también un boxeo compitiendo por el foco, digamos. Acabas de hablar del reflector que te gusta mucho. Y vos sabés que al mexicano le gusta la garra mexicana. Que se diga que peleó y ganó a lo mexicano. Muchos quizás se van a decidir a ir a la esfera por A o B razón. ¿Pueden esperar esa garra mexicana o qué pueden esperar y qué imágenes conmemorando toda la independencia, México y todo te vas a meter en tu cabeza esa noche?
Hermano, yo pienso que no hay ninguna competencia. Canelo es Canelo, Lazy Boy es Lazy Boy y México está ganando. Como quiera, mi raza está ganando, ¿sabes? Que te pongan en un escenario. Estamos invadiendo Las Vegas, hermano. ¿Puedes creer eso? O sea, en los mejores deportes de contacto quieren a nuestra raza. Y eso, man, eso habla de que somos unos guerreros.
Y esa garra mexicana, tú sabes más, vos sos mexicano. ¿Lo van a poder ver esas personas que tienen hambre de que un mexicano gane una pelea a lo mexicano?
Hermano, soy garantía de espectáculo. ¿Sabes por qué? Porque yo no tengo nada que perder. Tengo todo que ganar. Yo nací en la nada. Tengo todo que ganar. Por eso es que soy tan peligroso. No tengo nada que perder.
Lazy Boy over here. Primero, me gusta mucho su recomendación de la barata Queen.
No. Y eso que no, deja que te lleven los chilaquiles, loco. Te voy a llevar a la casa del desayuno.
Sí, estoy emocionado. Y segunda, ¿quién sería el artista de sus sueños para tener un concierto en la esfera?
Oh, raya, me la pusiste difícil, loco. ¿El artista de mis sueños?
Sí.
Diablo, me voy a echar a gente encima. Pero... un cantante, por supuesto. Solo uno, no un grupo. Ok. Es que de Luis R. Conrique está bien perro, man. Ese vato me... Cuando escucho la de Tacas, hijo de su pinche... Cuando me ponen esa me pongo bien bélico, man. Me pongo así... ¡Ay, hijo de su pinche madre! Tráiganme un culero para desmadrarlo.
¿Puedes cantar poquito de esa canción?
¿Esa canción? No, loco, me van a censurar. Ya me bloquearon en el Instagram. Pero... ay, Dios mío. No, me van a regañar, loco. Capaz y no me sale bien. No sé cantar, por eso nada más tiro chingazos. No, creo que estoy bien. Creo que no, cantar no es lo mío. A mí ponme a tirar vergazos. Eso sí sé hacer. Pero tracas, hijos de su pinche madre. ¿Todo good? Ah, huevo. Gracias. Gracias a todos. Dios los bendiga.
Valentina, over here. Obviously, we haven't seen you since, a year ago in your last fight against Alexa. We've since seen you on The Ultimate Fighter. So I guess, how's life been since that fight? It's coaching The Ultimate Fighter and now co-headlining this historic moment inside the Sphere.
Yeah, it was very good year for me. I had opportunities to travel. I had the opportunity to be a coach in the Ultimate Fighter, and it's like so many events happened. And now with the preparation for the fight, and yeah, just amazing. I feel strong and very confident.
Alexa was in here and she said, after spending so much time with you on The Ultimate Fighter, she has a little bit more respect for you just based on having to be around you, working around you, seeing how you worked with your fighters. Is the feeling mutual? Did you gain any more respect for Alexa after seeing her and her fighters on The Ultimate Fighter?
I every time have respect for my opponents, and it's kind of like I never disrespect no one, and like gaining more respect like only because of you see some like spending some more time. No, it's like not about me. I feel that I just know how hard is that to be martial artist, to train every day, and then to step in the octagon and fight. And this is by itself, this fact, it's already like so much respectable. And yeah, definitely, we spent so many time with Alexa. I probably could see her and her team more than I see my family during this year. And that is funny, but it's kind of like the part what we are doing, and it's it's okay with me. I feel like very normal.
And obviously, after preparing for her in back-to-back fights, did you have to do anything differently this time around that maybe you didn't do the last two times?
Can say that last two times. I would say it's wrong say that way, because our second fight, and everyone could see that I won the fight, but they give a draw. And like you imagine, a draw in these circumstances, it's say by itself. So what should I do? What should I change? I don't know. I really had to focus on to perform and to prepare myself the best way what I can. And I say I had some amazing training camp. I pushed myself to the all limits possible and what it's impossible limits. And just ready for the action. And it's going to be amazing event and amazing fight.
Did you do some of your camp in El Paso?
I did.
Why did you choose? I only ask because that's where my mother is from. So why did you choose El Paso? Because that's not really a hotbed for MMA.
I say it's amazing city, and like people who live there and growing up there, it's just like they have so good heart and spirit that I really fell in love with this city, with El Paso. And my coach, Pavel Fedotov, he has friend, he own academies and martial arts in El Paso. And that's why we went over there. It's like very similar climate to Las Vegas. It's higher elevation that is good for your training, for your cardio as well. And in general, I was able to train with a lot of amazing training partners. Part of them, they were from El Paso. Another part, they were from Ciudad Juarez. Every day, every morning, they were crossing the border, train with me, and go back to and it was happening during a month and a half what we stayed in El Paso. And just like we, besides the trainings, was able to just deep down, just go and to see the culture of the city, amazing river, and I was spend mostly my time in the river, and it's just so good.
Is that a place you'll go back to for your camps, or because we know you travel a lot for your camps, but will El Paso kind of be a home base for you moving forward for camps?
Oh, it's very hard to say because it's every time, it's all around. For example, for this fight, my training camp, it was divided on a few locations. So we started first we spent 2 months in Thailand in the Tiger Muay Thai. Then we traveled to Las Vegas. Here, one of my training partners, he has the biggest gym of Muay Thai, Andrade Muay Thai. And then we traveled to El Paso, and now we come back to Las Vegas. So it's every time moving, and the opportunity to train with different training partners, it's amazing because when you are in the one place only for a long time, you kind of know what to expect from your training partners. No, you know technique, but then like boom, and you have like completely different. You have to adjust. And I think I love this, like, because from Las Vegas to El Paso we were driving, and on our way back and come back we stopped also in Arizona, in Phoenix, and trained in Fight Ready Academy. So it's another like more training partners with more skills. So it was just amazing, and I think it's exactly what I needed for like being in my best shape.
And then just last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
I think it's amazing. Very like both. They are very competitive, very strong. Everyone, they have their like special fight style, and I would love to watch this fight, and it will be very intriguing how it's gonna end up. And so yeah, I think it's amazing main fight.
Valentina, just one from you over here. Last year, I remember you mentioned the influence that the Mexican crowd had over the potential decision, or the decision that was made with the 10-8 at the end. Is that a concern you have going into this fight, given now it's going to be a pro-Mexican crowd again?
The concern is like to finish the fight. This is number one, what is my head. It's like when to see the opportunity, yeah, to just do what you have to do, like 100% finish the fight. And you know, I've been in martial arts like for 31 years. I started when I was 5 years old to train. And definitely in all my career, I was fighting like so many places, so many different fighters. And they like in their home countries against, like when I had to fight not only against opponent, crowd, but I had World Muay Thai Championship where I had to not fight, but fight against the referee, because there was like woman referee who was actually like doing everything. I was fighting in the final with a Thai girl, and she was doing everything to like taking points from me and like to prohibit the permitted technique. So she invented that I cannot do it, but she was trying to do that. And no matter what, I won the fight. And you know, when she was raising my arm, she said, "You're very lucky," because what she was trying to do, it's never worked.
For sure, and we've seen guys and girls from different career paths kind of stay in one region to compete and train out for most of their career. In your case, martial arts has taken you all over the world to not just compete and do other training sessions. So do you think that contributes to just the way you are now as a mixed martial artist, being able to diversify your skill set in different areas?
Definitely. This is the like big part of my life. Train and travel, be able to meet people who has the same passion for martial arts, but they were born in like extreme opposite side of the world. And this is definitely, it's who I am right now. It's because all of these things together.
Valentina over here. Valentina, I think that when people break down the layoff for the fight, a lot of people think that the time between fights helps you the most because you've had such a long career, been champion, been in so many big fights. Do you agree with that this was probably better than it was for Alexa to have so much time between the last one?
I don't know. It's like to compare, like, I don't know, it's better for me or better for her, but I think I know exactly it's good for me because I like after the injury and surgery, what I have from the last fight, I now like feeling back 100%, and I don't have this rush time when I like force myself like to go and train and not be able to do like 100%, to give 100% from me. So this is not about this case anymore because it spent enough time. I healed all the way up and ready for this amazing trilogy.
I want to ask you about another big fight going on at flyweight. Someone you know that you're familiar with, Rose Namajunas, taking on Erin Blanchfield. Just what are your thoughts on that match?
I think it's amazing fight between both very strong girls, and I think like with Rose we are training so many times. I know she's an amazing fighter, very skillful. Her like technique, it's just like very high level, and her feeling of the fight, it's the same, like it's a nature gifted. And we have So she was fighting this, Rose fighting this. Erin. I'm sorry, Erin. I just like it's blow out. You know. So Erin, she is like young, very hungry for the victory. She has this like feeling that like once she's in the ground, it's no matter what, she has to finish the fight. So I think it's gonna be very competitive and very interesting fight to watch. So I'm looking forward to see that fight.
Is there ever any, I guess, like, are you okay if they offer you Rose Namajunas because you guys have trained together and you guys are obviously friends and you both speak very nicely about each other?
You know, my focus right now is my fight. September 14. I never think about like next opponent and like, especially they are fighting in November. I will have like so many times like to think about it like whatever. But my focus is September 14. My opponent is Alexa, and this is it. No more people around.
Final question about Saturday. You're obviously a very intelligent and very just thoughtful fighter. Do you worry at all that anything going on through the cage with the sphere and the graphics are going to be distracting at all during the fight?
No. This is the last thing like what I'm worried about. It's nothing that it's like what's going to happen. Of course it's huge and big for the crowd, but me as a fighter, I'm so focused on the fight. And like as I mentioned before, being in so many different like positions during my fighter career, in the different events, different organization, different like everything is different, and nothing could take my focus away, and that's why I'm not worried about that.
Thank you.
Valentina? I was just wondering, a former kickboxing opponent, Wayne Kong, made her UFC debut a couple weeks ago. I was just wondering if you saw her UFC debut.
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
But I know what your question was. I didn't see her perform, but I was like funny that it was like throwing some comments like, oh, there is a girl who won Valentina in kickboxing, and it is really funny because I tell you, when we fought, it was China, and back then and that year, like any foreign fighter who fought in China, they would say the same. To win Chinese opponent, you have to like not only knock out her, but knock out and make sure that she will be down for at least 30 minutes. Because if it would be just 5 minutes, they will bring her up. Just, are you ready? Are you ready? Go. And at the end, like they make you lose. Because if we compare judges of that organization in China with, for example, what happened in my last fight with Alexa, that judge would be an angel comparing to the judges in China in that time.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Right in the back, Valentina. This is a historic event for UFC at the Sphere, and there are 6 women on this card. What has it meant for you in your career to be in these moments, to be a trailblazer for women in MMA?
It's amazing. It's like, for me, it's everything because as I mentioned, it's martial arts, it's my life, and have this opportunity to fight in that historical event. It's just big, it's a huge, but right now I'm in it's action still for me. It's not time to pause yourself and reflect on what you did. It's not time yet because I'm doing things right now. That's why I'm moving forward. And I could say like maybe after like 5-10 years or whatever, like what does it really mean for me? But right now it's like, it's pure action for me.
One more about your training. You mentioned you were in El Paso and there were training partners who were coming across the border. Did you intentionally want to go to that region to train with partners who were from Mexico?
Actually, it was, first of all, as I mentioned, friend of my coach, Armando. He has a gym over there. It's a similar climate to Las Vegas. It's altitude, so it's kind of like dry, and altitude is make same things what I'm gonna feel here in Las Vegas. And this is the primary circumstances, and you know, it's like yeah, it's worked just good. It's worked just perfect.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo
Hola.
estás? ¿Te puedo preguntar en español?
Claro.
Perfecto. Alex hablaba que ajustó el boxeo. ¿En los últimos días has ajustado algo diferente para esta noche?
¿Yo?
Sí.
Estuve trabajando de todo. No es solamente cosa de ajustar alguna técnica. MMA es solamente tienes que de naturaleza, de nacimiento, sentir el sentimiento de la pelea. Eso es lo más importante. No es solamente ajustar solamente una técnica, porque puedes confiar en su boxeo y de ahí de repente una patada sale y ya terminó todo. Entonces, es así. Trabajar en todos sus fuertes lados y siempre empujarse hasta el final. Eso es lo más importante.
Comentaste que no te distrae la esfera con todo lo nuevo que tendremos. Por primera vez, ya todos sabemos lo histórico que es esta noche por ser el primer evento deportivo ahí. ¿Podés usarlo a tu favor todo lo nuevo que tendremos? Colores, gritos, banderas de México quizá en mayoría. ¿Eso también te puede motivar o preferís quedarte en tu plan?
No, por supuesto, todo esta motivación, porque energía que está adentro te carga. Entonces, cuando sales a pelear y sientes toda esta energía, te motiva. Entonces, quieres dar todo lo mejor. Entonces, por supuesto, cada detalle que va a estar en el evento es mi motivación.
Hola, me llamó mucho la atención la historia que contabas, tu historia en la frontera. ¿Nos la podrías contar en español?
Sobre mi campamento en El Paso.
Sí, por favor, en El Paso y en Juárez.
Sí, claro. Nosotros fuimos como 4 o 6 semanas antes de la pelea. Nosotros fuimos a El Paso para tener mi campamento aquí. Mi entrenador, maestro Pavel, él tiene amigo Armando que su academia se llama Zen Martial Arts. Y sí, así es. Nosotros entrenamos con todos sparring partners de El Paso y también parte de Ciudad Juárez que estaban todos los días cruzando la frontera para entrenar conmigo. Después regresando a la casa. Entonces, no sé, solamente toda esta energía y cultura que yo tenía de experiencia en El Paso me cargó con mucha fuerza y yo siento muy bien preparada para la pelea.
Y esto obviamente mejora tu español, hace que tengas mejores relaciones con los mexicanos y en una noche tan mexicana como esta, pues seguramente te motiva, ¿no?
Mi relación con mexicanos siempre era excelente, nunca no he malogrado, porque yo tengo muchos amigos de México DF, de Valle de Bravo, de Acapulco. Nosotros muchas veces viajamos a México y respeto mucho la cultura mexicana. Entonces, sí, por la vida, mi contrincante es de México, pero también en Muay Thai, en competencia de Muay Thai, he peleado tantas veces con peleadores de Tailandia, pero me lleva bien la cultura, me llama esta cultura. Y es lo mismo yo puedo decir sobre México. Entonces, sí, ustedes tienen muy excelentes peleadores, muy fuerte corazón y fuerza, pero este es deporte. Entonces no es nada personal, es solamente una persona y otra persona. Nosotros peleamos de las dos. Nosotros no peleamos con toda la gente. Por eso yo no quiero que la gente confunden, entrayan en esta rivalidad mucho más que es solamente rivalidad entre dos personas.
По-английски и по-испански уже было, давайте по-русски немножечко. Здравствуйте,
Хорошо.
Валентина.
Здравствуйте.
Вы, казалось, не очень хотели принимать этот бой, и сама Алекс на презентации «Ночи» в июне говорила, что вряд ли будет биться с вами. Что или кто в итоге повлияли на ваше решение драться на «Ночи»?
Немножко не так. Не то, что не хотела принимать этот бой. Я всегда готова принять любой бой против любого бойца.
Хотели на «Ночи» именно, да?
На «Ночи» UFC. И, конечно, это были обоснованные причины, почему. Но, допустим, если мы говорим о этом ивенте, это «Ночи» UFC, это Riot Season, это UFC 306, то есть здесь уже это не просто как бы ночи UFC, это гораздо больше. Здесь больше international, больше интернациональных боев. Также main card это США против Грузии, то есть как бы да, много тематики мексиканской, но все же это не тот турнир, который можно назвать День независимости Мексики.
Ну, кстати, День независимости Кыргызстана был как раз 31 августа.
Все правильно.
Так что турнир как раз между.
Все правильно. День независимости Кыргызстана это 31 августа. И, конечно, да, для меня это именно, как сказать, я буду отмечать именно независимость своей страны.
Ну, кстати, ваш последний бой был тоже на ночи против Алексы, правда, Fight Night был. Насколько некомфортно было и насколько вы чувствовали, что вы не на своей, а на мексиканской территории?
Нет, для меня нету никакой разницы. То есть за всю свою спортивную карьеру я провела поединки против бойцов в их стране, где были все трибуны заполнены болельщиками с другой стороны. То есть для меня это нет никакой разницы, где, когда, с кем драться. Но тот факт, что наш бой, прошлый бой, то есть я его выиграла. Все, кто могли посмотреть бой, все однозначно единого мнения. Но при этом, что я выиграла бой, дали ничью. То есть результат боя был ничья. И это говорит, то есть этот результат, он говорит сам за себя. То есть получается... Это уже в прошлом. Мы об этом сейчас даже не разговариваем. Сейчас я настроена для хорошего, отличного поединка, показать всю свою мощь, силу и скорость.
И последнее от меня. Если вы выиграете в субботу вечером, есть ли шанс увидеть Шевченко Grasso 4?
Если нету.
Когда вы выиграете? А есть ли шанс увидеть Шевченко Grasso 4? Или это последняя серия вашего мексиканского сериала?
Вы знаете, я бы так не стала шутить, ваш мексиканский сериал или что-то такое. Я думаю, когда мы разговариваем о таких серьезных вещах, как ММА и поединки, здесь не очень уместно именно такие высказывания говорить. Но я скажу, что я настроена, мой фокус — это всегда бой в субботу. Допустим, сейчас у нас сентябрь 14, и я никогда не буду заглядывать вперед, что и как дальше, потому что мой фокус, он целенаправлен, он цельный, и он только на этот бой. А то, что будет проходить после этого боя, я буду думать уже сентябрь 15.
Хорошего боя.
Спасибо.
Wow, Rush is so hard to understand. Nice to meet you,
Nice to meet
Mireli, from Brazil. Podemos hablar en español, ¿está bien, Valentina? Me gustaría mucho que hablases sobre una atleta muy joven, es Natalia Silva, es invicta y es de su división. ¿Tú conoces?
Yo conozco a Natalia Silva por nombre, pero todavía no tenía oportunidad para ver sus peleas, pero sé que ella recién ha peleado con Jessica Andrade y ganó por decisión. Entonces, como usted dijo, es invicta. Entonces, es una peleadora joven, bien hambriente para ganar las peleas. Y sí, se habla por sí sola.
Está bien, gracias.
Gracias.
Hola, amigos.
Merab, obviously fighting for a UFC title is a very special occasion, but to do it on an event that will never happen again must make it even more special. How excited are you to have the opportunity to fight for a title, but in the Sphere this Saturday?
Yes, this is very special, and I was very excited. Since Dana White announced the fight will be at the Sphere on Mexican Independence Day, that was dream to fight there. I'm sure every UFC fighter was dream to fight there, so I was one of them, and that's why I was making all the skits and videos, because I was doing two jobs together. I wanted to get Sean O'Malley's fight, and I wanted to fight at the Spear, and both worked out. So, and I'm grateful. And when I got called 2 months ago, and I was fighting for the belt on Mexican Independence Day at the Spear, I was so happy. I was very excited because this is a special event, one and only. But the next day, I was just focused for my fight, and yeah, right now I'm just focused on my fight, and everything else cool. But I'm a professional, and I have to do job.
How long would you say you've wanted to fight Sean O'Malley for? When was the first time you looked at Sean and said, "Oh, I'd like to fight that guy"?
He got my intention when once I see on Dana White's contender series, he win incredible way, and he got UFC contract, and I keep an eye on him. And unfortunately, my first two fight, I have controversial lost. Even I feel I win first two fight UFC. My record says I lost those fights, and of course, when coming from loss, you don't want to call somebody. But once I win my first fight, 2018, exactly this time, like it was September. So that was 6 years ago. I called Sean O'Malley, and because I wanted to fight him. We both beat same opponent and the time, and I wanted to fight him. I think that time Sean O'Malley was 1-0 or 2-0 UFC, and because I know at that time, because I have 2-1 record, and I thought he will accept. You know, I was like, I had first two losses in UFC, and I was 7-4, 7-3, no. Yes, so no, 8-3, 8-4, something like that, and yeah, my record wasn't look good, you know, and I thought he will accept me, you know. I thought he will look me as a easy opponent, but somehow he never respond because I wanted to fight him because I see him as a challenge, because how he was fighting, how he was knocking people out, and I wasn't thinking it was easy fight. I don't think it's easy fight until even today, and now I'm still excited to fight him.
You say that you don't think it's going to be an easy fight, right? But if you're able to use your grappling and he's unable to stop you from taking him down, it would seem on paper that you should have an easy route to victory here. Do you think you have to mentally prepare for a very back and forth fight, or do you see a path to victory that could actually be easy for you?
You're right. If you look that way, stylistically, it's easy for me because my cardio, my grappling, my style, it should work against him. But same time, we see what happened. I mean, we see what he can do. You know, he can throw something big, and he can make you charge, and he can make you. So it's a challenge, you know. Yeah, I can dominate, but he can throw one punch and he can change everything. So it's like every fight like this, you know. I don't look any fights in UFC easy, you know, because there is no easy fights here, you know. Like not always best fighters wins. Like, you know, like we see so many times, like the one guy was winning. Like I was beating my second fight, Ricky Simon. I was beat the share of him, and I take him down, and he tried to choke me, and I wasn't tap out. I made the bell, you know. So what I'm saying, I make a little mistake last minute, and that's why I keep that's why I lose controversial. That was. Whatever. So, and like so many times we saw the one guy winning, then the guy come back and the knockout. So what I mean is, I have to be smart all 5 rounds with O'Malley.
Has the UFC asked you to maybe think really carefully about what you're posting on social media this week, just a few days before the fight?
If UFC what?
Have they asked you to be a bit careful about what you're posting to social media,
No.
maybe not reveal too much this week?
No, UFC never ever control what I have to say or what I can post in social media. I'm grateful for UFC and thank you so much. But yeah, I always post, and I don't know, like I post because I don't have like somebody to advise me. Yeah, I have friends who help me with like taking videos, editing, but I make decision what I post, and this is me, this is me what I post, and I wish I have somebody to tell me, Merab, post this, don't post this, and when I see Dana White's reaction, I was thinking, oh, maybe I did something stupid, but that's who I am, that's I used to do all the time. Even when I break ice with my head, I post it because that's who I am, I don't hide nothing. I'm a normal guy, and I always will be the normal guy.
Right here. Sean was in here, and I asked him if it was personal at all between you, considering, we saw you on the countdown. You were watching his fight against Cheeto, and you said, oh, fuck this guy. And Sean O'Malley said you had a very punchable face. He said it might be a little personal, but you guys have also been thinking about each other for so long that you've just been on each other's mind for so long. So I'll ask you, is it personal with Sean, or is it just a matter of, getting the belt and beating the guy you think is a tough challenge?
No, it's not. It's not personal. This is professional fight. This is for UFC belt. This is for legacy. And yes, I was mad about him like a couple times. I was very mad when he mentioned my country disrespectful way, and because my country, it's more than religion for me, and I have my country here, and that's why I start fighting, because I want to represent my country, and this is healthy competition. That's what we do, right? And then when somebody, doesn't matter who, disrespects your family or your country, you have to be mad. If you are man, you have to be mad. And I wanted to smack his face that time, but now I have even more important thing to beat him on Saturday night and grab his belt, take his belt, and I can talk after the fight. Maybe I can forgive him, or we just can just talk. I'm gonna keep it that way. I want to just win and show him. He has to be humble and he has to respect everybody, I don't want to like now, like today, how I feel. It's nothing personal. It's just professional.
We saw the videos of when Ilya won. He went back to Georgia with the belt and the crowds when he was in the car and they were chasing him and waving. Have you envisioned that for yourself, bringing the belt back home?
Of course. Last couple times I went to Georgia, I had a beautiful experience of the airport always packed, the people, they waiting for me, everybody show me love, and every time I fight here in US, my country staying up all night, or they wake up very early watching everywhere. All Georgians knows me and they give me so much support. I cannot even imagine how happy my country will be if I win the belt, and it will be second belt for my country. And actually, last couple times, I try to go in Georgia, like don't tell nobody, because I cannot do my things. I cannot even see my family because I got stolen everywhere, wherever I go. So, of course, this time when I win the belt, of course, I'm going Georgia and I'm celebrating with my people. And of course, we're gonna come outside in street and it's gonna be crazy. You guys will see like how crazy it will be. And I just wanna enjoy with my people, and I wanna also visit couple countries and bring the belt, and I wanna show them. Look at me, I'm like small guy, normal guy, Merab, coming from village, coming from Georgia, but I work hard, and hard work got me this belt. And if you guys work and chase your dream, you guys can do whatever you want. So I wanna show them, like I wanna visit couple countries, European countries, and of course I wanna go um, Mexico too, I came adopted Mexican now. So, and yeah, that's it. I don't want to think over because I just want to feel everything natural, everything organic. I don't know what I'm going to say, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know one thing for sure. When I will have this belt and this status, champion status, I want to do lots of great things for young fighters and motivate people and open some jiu-jitsu, MMA gyms in my country or other countries. I want to do lots of charities. I have so many things in my mind and my head to use this opportunity, use this status to do good things. But now I have a couple of days to finish my work. First, I have to make weight. That's what I'm focused on. And second, I have to just make to the cage, and I know what I'm going to do in the cage.
Right. And then this last one for me. Sean's coach had said he thinks it would be hard for you to find someone that kind of mimics Sean and fights like Sean and is long like Sean in camp. Did you find anyone specific to help you train specifically for the length and the reach of Sean?
I don't have to find another Sean O'Malley because there is only Sean O'Malley, and of course it's hard to find somebody like him and or dye his hair like color like this. But I was sparring with multiple good training partners, good kickboxers, but the main thing, I was focused on myself. I don't have to focus on somebody else. That's how I was always. I was just keep doing my thing, and I have great training camp. I feel great. I'm healthy, happy, ready, hungry, motivated, and many more.
Merab,
Thank you.
To your right. Right here.
What's up?
The Sphere obviously has become a site that people from all over the world want to come down to Vegas and visit for. For you, in your case, you train here and reside here in Las Vegas. Do you think you just, for example, driving by it, does that get you more excited maybe than someone coming from somewhere else over the world to come see the Sphere?
It definitely makes it easier to fight here in Vegas. Even last time I was fighting in Anaheim, I just drove here, because I don't apply the security line and take 2 bags only with you. Now I'm just gonna draw here everywhere, and Vegas is so much easier, like to training here and warm up at Syndicate. That's where I training. Morning I'm gonna do shakeout there, and then I can go home, eat lunch, and then go to the fight. It will be like normal day for me.
For sure. And part of your promotional buildup was actually shooting content with your friend that looked like O'Malley when you put on a wig, and that did great numbers on social media. So my question is, whose idea was that to put those videos out?
The video idea was my idea, but of course the 2 young friends I have, they of course helping me to we change things during when we doing videos, but all idea maybe other than 1 or 2 was all my idea, and because I wanted to fight Sean O'Malley so bad, that's why I was so focused and training and they make videos, so do everything whatever I can, and so. Yeah, we even find that the guy who looks like Sean O'Malley, and we trick people, and we make lots of fun videos.
Which one was your favorite out of all those you posted?
My favorite, maybe me as a firefighter. When Sean was smoking, I just go in, he was smoking, the smoke coming out, and I open the door, and what are you doing, bro? We have a fight. You gotta go 5 rounds. I don't finish people, I need your cardio.
Sure, and last one for me, have you worked on your Spanish since embracing the Mexican crowd in Anaheim?
Sí.
Just see, or?
See, what do you want? You want me tell you puto?
Thanks, Merab.
Merab back here. Merab, O'Malley said he's more Mexican because he has a Mexican family. For the record, on Mexican Independence Day, are you saying you are more Mexican than Sean?
Brother, yes, he has Mexican family, but I represent Mexico, you know. And I spent some time in Mexico, training camp. I was in Tijuana eating tacos, training there. And I have Mexican friends. And I mean, I love Mexico and Mexican people. And so if he do same, that's good for him. And I'm not sure who's more Mexican, but I will be happy to show good performance on Saturday and make Mexican people proud, and visit Mexico again, but now this time with the belt and as a champion.
Will you be wearing the jacket you got from Sean O'Malley at the press conference tomorrow?
No, that's already, we are already, I mean, I'm not, that's okay. I mean, that's already passed, you know. He did stupid, I make fun of him. Now, let's do this professional way, you know. I'm here to handle business, and he can have his jacket. I just want his belt.
I know you're focused on Saturday, but it looks like the winner of this fight would have to take on Umar Nurmagomedov. What do you think about that challenge in the future? Obviously, a lot of fans want to see who would prevail with the grappling with both of you guys.
First, I have a top opponent, Sean O'Malley, and I'm focused on him. And God willing, after I win against him, whoever UFC wants to me fight, I will fight him. You know, I never choose my next opponent. Always whoever UFC offer, I fight. And if Umar is my next opponent, that's fine. Me and my team, we will work, we will training, and we will, no problem. That fight, I think it's easy for me, and that fight, no problem for me. I will dominate him. You know, what excites me more? Davidson Figueiredo, because he is former champion. So I already beat 3 former champions. Sean O'Malley is champion now. He will be my 4th champion. And if I fight Figueiredo, that will be my 5th champion. And I don't think somebody else do this. That's my goal. And Figueiredo, he has a knockout power. He has a good submission, good ground game, lots of experience. He's bigger than me, and also, he dominated former title challenger Chito Vera. I think even impressive way the Sean O'Malley did. I think he even dropped him down and knocked you. Or Sean O'Malley just landed knee against Chito, but Figueiredo just dropped him with a strike. So that fight excites me, and I think Figueiredo deserves more. But whoever UFC wants or whoever next contender, I'm fight. I never choose my opponent. So yeah.
Thank you.
Merab, right over here. So just when you think of your journey, right, moving to the U.S., working construction, training, just doing all these things, do you take a minute to kind of reflect and think about that? Because you're so focused on this opportunity, but do you also kind of take a moment to think about what you've been through to get to this opportunity?
Yeah, man, I come from a long way. When I think how top life was up until like 2019, 2020, I had so many challenges in my life, so many challenges, man, so many hard ways. Every day I was asking myself, should I continue or should I stop, and should I just focus on work, and should I just get married or just not chasing this, because maybe this is not for me. This is hard, and I still have to work full-time job, and I still have to training hard. It was so hard to bolt, and every day I was asking myself question, especially when I was at the work and working in the sun or in the snow. But when I was going home, and I was still going to practice, I was still working hard, and after 2020, a lot of things changed. I get more fights in UFC, and I started making good money, and I quit my job, and I became full-time fighter, and I moved to Vegas, and and everything came. I fixed my immigration papers, and I can travel to my country or whatever country I want. Now I am citizen and I can slap Sean O'Malley's coach and nobody will deport me from US, and I'm happy about it. And man, a lot of things change, and I'm happy and I'm grateful for UFC first because I can sleep my own house and support my family members, my friends, and inspire other people. And because I think I'm an example. If I did, they can do it too. Just keep dreaming and keep working for your dream, and everything is possible.
Thanks, Merab.
Thank you.
Merabi, let me see. Garbajoba. Garbajoba. It's another one I have learning. Sadia Movna Tzve Gatsnoba.
ასევე სასეამოვნო თქვენი გაცნობა.
Oh my God, so
Good job.
hard. Okay, so Merabi, you got 10 wins on UFC. 9 of them was for decision unanimous. Are you feeling like a pressure to do submission or knockout?
No, nothing pressure. I always focus on win, and especially UFC. I want to, of course, finish, but I had top opponents, and it was very hard to finish Brett Katona, and it was very hard to finish, of course, Henry Cejudo, Josie Aldo, Peter Yan. I always fought like top guys, even John Dodson, like nobody finished those guys. And I have decision against him, but I'm feeling I can finish O'Malley. But there is no pressure. Winner is winner. No one judge winner. But because I'm gonna show good fight, good performance. I'm gonna look finish. I'm gonna stop him or TKO him or knock him out or make him sleep. And I'm focused on good fight. Show people good fight, good entertainment fight, and there is no pressure how I'm gonna win this fight.
Okay, Nakvandis.
Madlova, nakhondes. Okay, thank you so much everybody, and საქართველო მიყვარხარ, ყველაფერს გავაკეთებ, როგორც ჩვენ შეგვეფერება, ისე დავიხარჯები ბოლომდე. მადლობა ყველას. Thank you everyone.
Hi. Hi, Ryan. I think last time you were here answering questions from us around this time of fight week, it didn't take a genius to figure out you weren't feeling at your best necessarily. You were talking about purging your neighbor, stuff like that. It seemed like you're a little bit jaded. How much better do you feel this time around?
Oh man, I'm a lot better. Thanks. And I'm sorry about that for all you guys. I was on autopilot. That was it. That's all. The only way I can explain it. Everything felt just autopilot.
So to get back here and now sort of get to this part of fight week, right? Weight cut still ahead of you, but to know like, oh, this is how I'm meant to be feeling at this part of fight week. Does that just give you sort of, I don't want to say confidence, but a renewed excitement for Saturday night, knowing that you're going to compete?
1000%. just going through the motions and getting a fight week and changing the scenery where I was staying from last time to this time and just kind of comparing both. This one just it feels way different, just way different.
When you were watching Diego fight last time, was there a sense of like, shit, that should be me in there? Was there a sense of stuff, or did you just feel so physically bad that you just had to let it go?
It was both. It was both. I was staying in the hotel room, and then we did you put your phone and it connects to the TV, and we kind of were watching the fights that way. And then I was like laying in bed and I saw this fight, and then I was like, damn, that should have been me. But then I also thought like, well, come on, bro. Like, had that been you that night, you probably wouldn't have won, like the way you were feeling. Yeah. Let's just be honest. But it was a bittersweet moment knowing I was there, almost made the weight, and we went through what we went through, and I didn't really want to pull out. But then you have to make a choice. We made peace with it, and that was it, But yeah, I had those feelings of, we could have got this done with and then moved on to the next.
That said, best case scenario, right? They rebook it, and they don't just rebook it, they rebook it at the Sphere in Las Vegas, a one-of-one event that you get to be a part of history for the UFC. I assume that when you got the call that they wanted to redo this then, that was okay, maybe this was all meant to happen and maybe we get to live this out how we're supposed to.
Yeah, at 1,000%. I already knew that this fight was it. Based on the fact of me not being able to make the fight, him winning versus Ige was like a big question. Was like, well, if he doesn't do this tonight, then there's no future for me as in terms of fighting him. That means it's done. Say he won, and we're like, okay, the future's still there, and then guaranteed that, behind closed doors, they were like, hey, bro, you do all these favors for us, we got your back. And that's when they pushed for me to fight him. But I wasn't reluctant at all. I said, actually, you know what? I have a fire lit underneath me now because of what happened before. I got to do the whole weigh-ins. I had to go face off, and we went through the motions, and we started the story, and we never finished it. Saturday, we finish it finally, and I don't want to leave anyone with any doubt or with anything of how this story ends.
And then after this, is it still lightweight on the mind? I know you had some ideas of some fights up there that you're interested in. Is that still the goal?
1,000%. 1,000%. Because, you got Volk fighting in October. Sorry, Volk. You have Tuporia and Max fighting in October. Then after that, you have whatever day they decide on next year to fight. And then, so it's like a line to fight for the belt. And depending on how this fight goes this weekend is going to determine whether the fans believe that I deserve another shot or not. But either or, my goal is to stay busy. And if there's nothing for me in the featherweight division, then I'll move up.
Right here. I know you said it was hard to watch that fight thinking that you should have been involved, but was any part of you, like when they announced Dan Ige, were you just like, God damn, dude, like 5 hours notice you step up to fight Diego Lopes?
I was happy. I was happy because I was like, bro, I felt bad. It's like, I felt bad. It's like, bro, look at everything we both went through in 2 weeks, and I'm the one that pulls out. I was hard on myself for it, given even the circumstances of being sick. But then to see him that he actually has a fight, I was like, let's go. Like, cool, you still get to make your money, you still get to, you get to earn your stuff. And the only doubt, not the only doubt, but the only question mark was, well, what if he loses tonight? That means this story ends here because, that's it.
To kind of go off of that, maybe some opponents, they would be bitter. They'd be mad that you pulled out like the day before, the day after they had to weigh in. But Diego was very nothing against Brian. He just didn't feel good. He shouldn't have fought, but I hope he rebooked this. He was very complimentary of you. So I guess when you hear Diego, the guy that this actually affected the most besides you say all these things, like were you just like, all right, yeah, this is a good guy and we'll just have to go in there and fight?
1,000. Yeah. 100%.
And then can I get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
That's a tough one, man. I just shook Merab's hand right now, and I shook O'Malley's over there. I've known both of them. I've seen both of them, met them, everything. And so one, given that, I don't even want to speak because I just don't want to bitter any relationship. But if I was to be a fan of it, right, on just a fan side and not knowing anyone, I don't have an answer for that one. Those are one of those few fights that you typically have one or the other. And for myself, that one's a hard one because they both have qualities that can take each other out and it just depends who can use them better that Saturday night.
Then just was line for me because I just thought of this. I think on your Instagram I saw a video clip you posted about how like in the past, you know, you do grappling and then you go to wrestling and just be hard on your body. And I think you used the phrase of like you're kind of bridging these different styles to create your own style. So I guess hearing that, can fans expect maybe a different style of fighting from you in there? Or is it just when you get in there, you'll just feel it out and you'll fight against Diego?
Yeah, the new version of myself is someone who's actually taking his job seriously. Before, like I mentioned, when I was younger, I would just win a fight. I would eat Jack in the Box, train in the garage, roll nonstop, run a bunch of stairs, a bunch of miles. As long as I wouldn't gas out in three rounds, I was like, we'd be all right. The weight cut, we just kind of winged it. We had no idea. We started copying people, just seeing like, hey, what are you doing? How does that help? Very clueless. But, you know, after the Max loss, that was the first time we decided to take it serious. Then I won Zombie, and then, you know, I kind of decided to just to be stupid again. You know, something that's hard to shake after, you know, my lifestyle. And then after that, after failing recently, hitting rock bottom, that's kind of when I decided to say, you know what, bro, like, stop self-sabotaging yourself because you're afraid of what you can become. You know, I was more happy to be part of the party than, you know, I wasn't supposed to be here. That was always my mentality. We weren't even supposed to be getting these checks. We were probably supposed to be in jail or doing something else. And the fact that we're here is just go for the ride. But now it's different. Now I take everything serious, and now I just eat and breathe this. Even off season, I'm training twice a day, and I'm coaching some of these guys through what I'm learning as well. And we're just moving, man, nonstop.
We've seen past high-level grapplers, like Damian Maia specifically off the top of my head. He said like when he got to the UFC, he hit that point where he goes, well, I have to kind of embrace this wrestling a lot more, taking fights down. And when he started to do that, I remember him saying like, oh, I should have done this years ago. Did you hit that too? Like once you start to realize like how you can take people down easier, you can use your skill set. Do you ever have that moment in camp?
Yeah, 1,000%, bro. This was something that was frustrating. And I'm someone who doesn't like to lose. So when I'm losing in the gym constantly to people that in my head I know I can beat, that didn't make sense. So I would disregard the art because of how I felt. Then realizing that failure in anything that you do, that's the only way to get better. So you just have to embrace that you're gonna suck. You have to have fun while you're sucking, and then that's it. You just, hey, you beat me, you took me down, you did this, you did that. Cool, you got me. Like there's a lot of you got me's and a lot of praise to whoever is your partner. But then after that, there's a page that turns where it's like, I'm not that easy anymore. Oh, hold up, I'm getting better. And then that's when it lights up and it sparks because you're like, now I'm coming for you. Before I was running, now I'm not running, and now I'm starting to chase. And that's where the game becomes fun. And then I'm like, hold up. And now let me throw in, you know, some other arts and let me mix things up and let me take a page out of what Bruce Lee said where, you know, the best art is no art. You find all these random techniques from everywhere and you just have fun with them and use them at the proper time.
Brian,
hey,
to your
Brian
right.
over here.
Good to see you. Brian over here.
Got you.
Good to see you again here for this fight week. Dana White actually confirmed via social media not that long ago that you and Khabib was actually a possibility for UFC 223, which ended up being with Iaquinta.
Yeah.
So I know that fight week was crazy, but I mean, how would that have played out in your head?
That was, what year? It was in New York. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I was in the backyard. Dana White called me. He said, hey, man, I believe it was a short week notice fight. I don't know how short. He said, we need someone to fight Khabib, bro. I was like, all right, let's go. He was like, for real? I was like, yeah. I think he was shocked as well. And that's a matchup that, you know, the whole world's going to say I'd get my ass whooped. Cool, you know. But as a martial artist, there's always been this whole sambo versus jiu-jitsu or wrestling versus jiu-jitsu. And at that time, before I believed in merging arts, I was like, they're against each other, so let's see if I can be a good representative of being a good, you know, subject of being at the bottom of the fight who can submit someone or make it dangerous for someone who's a well-known grappler who just is known for holding you down and you can't do anything about it. That's what intrigued me about it. And yeah, it was a hard week. I flew to New York, went over there, and I was on standby like the whole time. And then I believe Max stepped in, and then Max stepped out. And then they called me to step back in, and I was like, bro, I just ate a junior's cheesecake. Like, there's no way I'm making weight. Like, I figured once Max was in that it was over. I was like, all right, cool, bro. Like, lost your chance, oh well.
And when you like see how far Khabib went with his career, is that something where you kind of wish you did get a crack at him at some point or another? I mean, being so close to have potentially fought him, and obviously the Sambo Jiu-Jitsu battle you mentioned just now.
No, I made peace with the fact that it's never going to happen, it never will happen. And if anything, I just now admire what he did and respect everything he's done for the sport.
And just another one from a different perspective from Brian Ortega, the coaching side of Brian Ortega. We're 3 years removed from your Ultimate Fighter season, and half of the cast that was with you on that show is now on the UFC. So I guess how does it feel to see all that come out from your season, and how did that experience change you as a fighter in person?
Not much, man. For me, it was an experience in my life. That was it. It was, I got to see what it was like. You know, as a fighter, you always come and watch these shows, and you see them on TV. You see all that. And then when I got the call for it, I actually kind of didn't want it. Because I was just, maybe I don't fit the part. Myself and Volk, we don't really have true rivalry where we hate each other and we're trying to fight each other the second we see each other. So I have no idea how we're going to put some drama for you guys. He seems like a laid-back guy. I'm a laid-back guy. Unless you really come poking at me, I won't really get at you. So I just didn't know. For the UFC's sake, I said, guys, I don't know if I can sell this the right way. They said, bro, you were going to fight. He got COVID. You guys are both in Vegas. Shoot the show. I was like, all right, done. That was it. But to see these guys in there now, obviously you get to meet them, you get to hang out with them, play pool. They're stuck in the house all day, so all you do is just, board games, pool, just the pool. I brought my dad over there. We had a barbecue for them. You get to meet them on a personal level. A lot of them actually flew in and stayed at my house with me now. Andre Petrosky is one of them. He just won, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago. And he's killing it, man. Yeah, I'm seeing all this. Tresean Gore. I see, Brian Battle is in there killing it. All these guys are doing good. And it's, it just puts a smile on my face to see them succeed in their goals.
Hey, Brian, over here. Who would be your dream artist to perform a concert at the Sphere?
What? I can't even see you.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, there we go. Got you.
Right here. Who would be your dream artist to perform a concert at the Sphere?
Morgan Wallen.
Nice.
Dude, I would love to see Morgan Wallen at the Sphere.
That walkout would go crazy, huh?
If you ever do perform there, bro, please give me a ticket.
All right, I got you.
Not you, Morgan Wallen. But if you do get me one, I'll go with you.
I work for at Vegas, so I got you.
Dog, get at me.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Over here. I was just wondering if you had a chance to check out the Craig Jones Invitational, and I guess what was your thoughts on them kind of going head-to-head with ADCC?
You know what? I don't know too much about like what's going on in the jiu-jitsu world like that. I kind of keep to myself a lot. A lot of people think it's weird, but that's just kind of what I do. I think it's amazing that he has backing and he can actually get jiu-jitsu practitioners paid. That's something that it was not ever a thought to just do jiu-jitsu and make that a career. Only way you were going to be good at jiu-jitsu is winning competitions and running your own school. But even running your own school would be dependent on the fact that you can make more views. And who knows if that's possible, right? Some people are great athletes, but not the best coaches. You got people that can just do things that no one's ever seen, but to be able to teach that and make another you, that's the hard part. And to see them now just 1,000% just focus on themselves, their food, their diet, their health, training nonstop, and that be a lifestyle and a job that you can have and make literally $1 million. That's crazy.
With all that being said, can we see you grappling some of these top grapplers?
If it's for $1 million, yeah. Because, I can't risk getting my ankle broken or something and then having to mess up my job here. That's the only problem. I have no interest unless, there's a good carrot to get excited about, to chase.
Thank you.
Hey, Brian, right over here.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm wondering, since your last media day in June, did you ever hear back from the neighbors or anyone get word to you about how close they were to losing it?
Check this out. That was when I lived in the apartment. Well, I lived in the apartment because I decided to fight Volk. I signed the deal, and I didn't even have a home. At that time, I separated from my wife. We got back together. By that time, I separated from her, and then she kept the place, and I was just staying with my homie. But then he lives with his girl, and I don't want to be that guy. Like, you just see walking around your house while you're trying to live your life. But I signed the deal, and I was like, dude, I need to stay here for at least 2 months. Talked to another friend. They said, hey, there's a place that does month to month, and these 2 bedrooms, and you can be by yourself. I said, say less, later, bye, I'm gone. The second the fight was done with Volk, I left. I bought a house, and that was it. But I have no idea where they're at, what they're doing. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what they look like. I just know they made a lot of noise. And my neighbor now, she's amazing.
That is great to hear.
Yeah.
A little bit of business. There's a lot of speculation. What's the sphere going to look like while you guys are fighting? Is there any worry at all that it could be a little distracting? Obviously, there's already a lot to worry about when you're inside the cage.
Once you're getting punched in the face, I don't think I'm gonna look at any lights or any people. As simple as that. The second the lights that go on really do a good job at kind of blinding the surroundings, which allow you to focus. But I haven't fought there, and I'm putting it in my head that I have to be aware of the environment so it doesn't mess with me during the fight, and that's something I've already kind of calculated in there. But now I'm gonna do the best to just admire what it's gonna be like to look in one direction and see 16,000 people in just one direction. That's crazy. We're used to 18,000 people in T-Mobile, and it's a full circle. We have 2,000 less just in one direction. And there's like mountains of them. So that's gonna be exciting.
Final question, very important one. You're obviously well known for your hair. Diego's very well known for his hair. Who's got the better hair out of the two, you guys?
I'm biased, man. I'm gonna go with myself.
What is your response to him when you said he thinks he has the better haircut?
Nah.
Thank you.
Come on. We're good. Thank you, guys.
UFC is great, especially as you say now that we have the sphere and everybody around the world is going to be watching this because it's something that's going to happen one. It's great for the exposure. I feel that this is also because I'm always working hard, I'm always trying to improve, and I try to show that in every fight, you know, so I'm excited to be here with you guys, and yeah, let's keep it growing.
How has life changed for you outside the octagon since last Noche UFC? Because like I said, since then, it seems like you've only gotten more popular.
You know, every fight you get more fans. Every fight you get the people to know you better, and that's why I'm always trying to go out there and give my best performance. Because I know that at the end of the day, even if you go out there and win, but you kind of like look not that good, people is not gonna follow your career. So that's why I'm always trying to be amazing, like do flashy things. You know, just put on a show for the people.
And obviously, I think we saw you just got added to the video game. Do you feel like you're kind of this, like, because Lazy Boy was out here and I asked him the same question and said, it seems like you two are kind of this new wave of fans, and he said, well, no, you're the hardest worker in the gym, so he was, you know, happy that his name was even mentioned next to you. Well, do you kind of feel like you're at the forefront of like this new wave of Mexican MMA fighters?
I feel that we all are together. I don't like to put like stamps on who is on the front, because I feel that everybody have his own rhythm, you know. I've been in the UFC for 2 years. I have more fights than him in the UFC. But that doesn't mean that I'm doing it better or that I'm ahead, you know. I learn from all the Mexican fighters in the UFC, and I know that they might be learning something from me. So, you know, I'm trying to give that focus to the things.
In terms of your opponent, Esteban, were you surprised they matched you up so early in your careers, considering you guys are both still young, you don't have a lot of experience, and you know, you guys could be fighting further down the road when you're ranked?
You know, I thought the same from the last guy. I don't understand why UFC is like making us fight as young prospects. I guess they are trying to kind of like spice the things up in the division. Lightweight division is one of the toughest in the sport, if it's not the most competitive one. We see time after time contenders getting into the top 10, top 5, and then they just go kick out again. So I feel that it's also good that they are doing this, because the guys that made it to the rankings, nothing is for free, you know. There's other divisions where you kind of like fight 1, 2 fights, and you are already in ranking conversations. But in the lightweight division, you can even be in a 9-win fight streak and not even be top 10. So that talks about the complexity of the division.
In terms of his skill set, you know, he won his last fight in like 30-something seconds. He came out really aggressive. Are you expecting that aggression right out of the gate early?
Yeah, I feel that, you know, I do my research and everything. I know that he's a very aggressive fighter, but I'm ready for that. You know, I'm just, fight after fight, I keep learning the way that I need to fight, finding better my distance, my range, understanding what I need to do in the cage. And I feel that this type of fights help me to prove that, because you know, if he was a grappler, we would be grappling for 15 minutes, but people don't want to see that. People want to see almost trying to kill each other, so that's what's going to happen.
He said this was, in another interview, he said this could be a striker versus striker fight. So is that how you see this fight?
Well, at the end of the day, you know, we saw this time after time where two great wrestlers go out there and end up striking. It might be the same, right? Like, he's a great striker, I'm a great striker. I might just go out there and take him down and control him for 15 minutes.
And last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Sean and Merab?
You know, I love Merab. I feel that he's a very top fighter, but I don't know. I feel that Sean can find the shin in every spot. You know, I feel that if the fights go to a decision, I had Merab winning because of the pressure, the cardio. You know, he have the record for more takedowns in UFC history. In one fight, 50-something against Petr Yan. But again, I feel that he exposes himself a lot. And O'Malley is good finding those spots. He's a huge. I never met him before. I just met him today, but he's huge for being a bantamweight. So I don't know. It's a hard fight.
Hey, Daniel. How excited are you to have your family here to watch you fight for the first time in America?
I'm excited. You know, yesterday I went to the airport to pick my parents. It's fun. You know,
for me to being a Mexican fighting in the sphere and having my family with me, that's only give me the extra motivation that I need, you know. I'm a very family-oriented guy. I love to be with my family, and I'm always saying to you guys, one of the hardest things that I need to do about fighting is not even train, it's not even cutting weight. Right now I'm chilling, cutting weight. But being away from my family, from my girlfriend for 3-4 months, and do that 3 times a year or more, it's kind of like the hardest part. So having them here with me, it's something that makes me feel warm inside, you know, like gives me that extra drive to go out there and try to kill Esteban this Saturday.
Who was the Mexican UFC fighter that you watched growing up that inspired you or that you just enjoyed watching fight?
Oh, I always watched Jair when I was a kid. Actually, I was just talking about that when the TUF Latin America, the first one came out, I remember I was always rooting for Jair, and it's crazy that he ended up winning, and now we are managed by the same management company. So, you know, I feel that being in this position now, it's great because every step that I'm giving, I'm trying to get closer to what he made. So.
And who are some of your main training partners this camp?
Oh, I've been training in Extreme Couture for almost 2 years and a half. The room is always full of killers. This fight camp I was training with Ernesto. He's actually in the develop program. He's a very good wrestler, very good striking. Mateus Camilo. He's another great striker, Nicolas Mota. So as you can see, we have plenty of guys in the room that can help me emulating the fighting style of Esteban.
And finally, for me, have you told Lazy Boy to watch out for cameras in his coach's
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? Yeah, no, he gets mad with me for saying that, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny living with more fighters, you know, guys. Oh, the house is always a mess, but I love those guys.
Daniel, obviamente va a haber muchísima gente viendo la UFC por la primera vez por el espectáculo de la esfera, pero hay gente de la población que ve el deporte de manera seria, que dice que la pelea entre tú y Esteban va a ser la pelea de la noche. Entonces, ¿cómo se siente oír eso, sabiendo cuántos buenos peleadores y peleadoras van a haber en esta cartelera en esta fecha importante?
Me emociona saber que la gente piense eso. Creo que Esteban es un muy buen prospecto, es un peleador fuerte, que le gusta ir hacia enfrente. A mí también, entonces entiendo por qué creen que va a ser la pelea de la noche. Yo estoy listo para dar una guerra, 15 minutos, 1 minuto, 1 hora. No me preparé para pelear 3 rounds, ¿sabes? Me preparé para pelear 12, 20, los que sean. Entonces, como dices, estoy listo para llenar esas palabras este sábado.
¿Y en cuántas peleas quisieras encontrarte en la foto de título?
Tengo un plan con mi equipo y es lo que hemos venido platicando. Después de esta pelea, me gustaría pelear con alguien que haya estado en el top 15 y haya salido recientemente. Me gustaría cerrar el año que entra peleando contra un top 15, buscando la posición en el ranking. Y después en 2026 subir top 10, top 5 y en 2027 estar peleando por el título.
¿Algún nombre en particular del top 15? Yo sé que esta división tiene muchísimos peleadores buenos, desde campeón hasta los que no son en el ranking.
Oh, ahorita tengo 3 nombres en mente que me gustaría para mi siguiente pelea. Es Michael Johnson, Chase Hopper o Claudio Puelles. Son peleadores que me gustaría enfrentar en mi siguiente pelea. Obviamente la pelea con Paddy Pimblett siempre está ahí, es algo que he estado pidiendo muchísimo. Yo sé que ya está en el top 15, la verdad no creo que dure mucho dentro, entonces quién sabe, a lo mejor gano esta pelea, él pierde la que sigue y nos emparejan por ahí, podría ser.
¿Y podemos esperarte que uses la canción del mariachi otra vez como hiciste el año pasado?
No, voy a usar mi canción, la misma canción con la que salí en febrero, voy a salir con esa otra vez.
Gracias.
A ti, gracias.
Daniel, right here. Here. You've obviously got a few wins in a row, but the last Noche UFC didn't go your way. Does this feel like a second chance to kind of impress on a big night?
I don't know what you're talking about, because last Noche UFC I submit Llagos.
I meant to say to have another shot at having another big performance. To impress the crowd once again.
Could you repeat the question again,
Sorry.
please?
Are you excited to have another chance to impress the crowd once again?
Yeah, of course. I'm always, I've always been saying this. I like to be fighting with the crowd. I don't like fight. For example, when I had my first and only loss in MMA, it was here in the Apex. And it was sad because I feel that I was always going to I know that eventually a loss was going to happen, but I always imagine that happen with a crowd and in a war, and ended up being sad and different. So for me, I found out that I perform better fighting with a crowd, and now having the opportunity to do it in the Sphere with a lot of Mexican fans, a lot of Mexican eyes watching, and not only Mexicans, worldwide. This is the biggest combat sports event that has ever done. So I'm excited to be part of it, especially my first pay-per-view card and in the main card. That's something that drives me even more.
Thank you.
Hey, Daniel, over here, man. Over here. Sorry. Do you have a dream artist who could perform a concert at the Sphere, and why?
A dream artist. That's a good question, because I like music a lot, you know, but now that we are in the Mexican Independence Day, it needs to be, you know who would be crazy? Luis Miguel in the Sphere. Luis Miguel, I don't know, maybe.
That's what Diego said too, actually.
Hey, yeah, it's because it would be crazy. Imagine, he's El Sol de Mexico, brother. It's the big deal. So imagine that in the Sphere, it would be dope.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you, everybody.